Four bottles came, some seeking adventure, some bound and chained. Battles waged and fought, through victory and pain. By test of their courage, our freedom was gained. Homage to those gone before us, the heroes of lands in the sun. We vow to join hands and to focus on building one Caribbean. Raise your voice and sing up your courage, your pride. Sing it loud and strong. Celebrating song, and we're on to heights where we belong. Some of victory's gone, for CARICOM. The queen of speed, that unite us are stronger than we. We love, we dance and we play to each other. People unite, stand to a brand new horizon. The future not firmly in our hands. Raise your voice, sing of your courage, your pride. Sing it loud and strong. Hearts beat as one. Celebrate song. To heights where we belong. Some victory's gone, for CARICOM. Yeah, my boy, will you sing that? Will you sing CARICOM? Raise your voice and sing of your courage. Say love, feel our hearts beat as one. We must do that's what we belong.
Oh my, with that reminder, as always, the energy of that song reminds us of why we are CARICOM, and we are so grateful today to have with us Ms. Jennifer Britton, Deputy Program Manager, ICT for Development, Caribbean Community, Ms. Britton, Regional Coordinator and Lead Technical Advisor on ICT for Development, ICT 4D, at the CARICOM Secretariat, with over 20 years of experience in information technology and responsible for policy formulation, implementation, oversight, and technical assistance in the ICT 4D and information society and digital economy. Ms. Britton is involved in the development of the CARICOM single ICT space and coordination among member states and international agencies. Focal point for initiatives such as CARICOM Digital Skills Task Force and CARICOM Girls in ICT Partnership. Ms. Britton holds a Master's of Science degree in Electrical Engineering with a minor in Computer Science. Good morning, Ms. Britton, and so glad that you have been able to join us today.
Good morning, Ms. Hicks, Madam Moderator. Thank you very much. Good morning to CARICOM citizens, all of us online here today. It is my distinct pleasure and honor to be with you this morning and to have had the opportunity and the honor to join with RSC International this year for the delivery of this large regional event. I note already that we have over 70 sessions, so it is going to be a rich, rewarding day for all of us who stay online and for those who access what can be accessed after. Girls in ICT is very important. I am a girl. I'm exiting girlhood, I guess, but I remain a girl in my heart, and girls in ICT is particularly important to me and to other girls who work in this space in the region, because as we see it with regard to our population and the size of our population, we need everybody's hand on board and on deck if we're going to be successful in building the digital economy. That means that all our girls and all our boys also have to be equipped with these essential skills now. They're no longer just tangential skills, they're essential skills. And so we're happy today that our theme reflects that, girls in ICT and the boys who support them. We have been supported many times by other girls, but it's important to recognize that the boys also support us in many ways, and in some ways have been alongside us or even trailblazers in some of the areas of STEM and STEAM. So we reflect and reward and honor that today as we start these proceedings. I'm not going to talk too long, but on behalf of the CARICOM Girls in ICT Partnership, we are delighted to be able to deliver these 70+ sessions to you today, and we hope that you will find some nugget which sparks something for you as a student, a teacher, a guardian, a parent, or just a well-wisher in terms of how we can move forward in ensuring that all our girls in CARICOM and all our boys are equipped, embrace, understand ICT and the opportunities, and also the STEM opportunities in science, technology, engineering, and math. I am delighted also to be able to introduce to you the Secretary General of CARICOM, who could not be with us today, but Dr. Carla Natalie Barnett, Secretary General of CARICOM, is the current Secretary General and the first woman Secretary General of CARICOM. And she has done a video for you. She regrets, of course, that she could not be with you today. We know that youth and young people, as we have in this room today with us, are tremendously energizing. And so I bring regrets, but she has prepared a short video for you, which will hopefully start our day's proceedings as we go along. She has worked across CARICOM for over 30 years. And as I said before, was the first Deputy Secretary General as a woman and is the first substantive Secretary General as a woman. She is active in many women's groups, etc., and continues to have an avid and daily interest in things ICT and things STEM. So without further ado, I will ask that we play the video and listen to what Dr. Barnett has to say to us today. Thank you.
Honorable Ministers with responsibility for information and communication technologies, education and youth, senior officials, policymakers in information, communication technologies, education and youth, members of the CARICOM Girls in ICT Partnership Steering Committee and Restore a Sense of I Can International, representatives of regional and international institutions, Dean and other ambassadors of the CARICOM Youth Ambassadors Program, students, parents, teachers, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It gives me great pleasure to once again share remarks with you on International Girls in ICT Day. The CARICOM Girls in ICT Partnership, in conjunction with Restore a Sense of I Can International and other partners, are commemorating the day with this regional event involving more than 40 workshops. International Girls in ICT Day aims to encourage more girls and young women to pursue science, technology, engineering, and maths, STEM education. The International Telecommunications Union, ITU, theme for this year is Digital Skills for All. The CARICOM Girls in ICT Partnership and RSC International have chosen as a sub-team Girls in ICT and the boys who support them. This is an effort to bring both girls and boys into the ICT space to ensure that the CARICOM region is reaching and developing future technology leaders. While there are signs of progress all around the world since we met last year, the ITU reports in 2022 that the power and transformational potential of internet access and use is not equally distributed. Of the estimated 2.7 billion people currently unconnected, the majority are women and girls. The digital gender gap continues to expand in many developing countries, creating a need to support digital gender equality. Adolescents are growing up in a world in which technology, migration, climate change, and conflict are reshaping their society. Youths aged 15 to 24 years are the driving force of connectivity, with 75% of young people worldwide now able to use the internet. Although women account for close to half of the world's population, 259 million fewer women have access to the internet than men. Only 63% of women are using the internet in 2022, compared to 69% of men. This gender gap is even more concerning in lower income nations, in which 21% of women are online compared to 32% of men, a figure that has not improved since 2019. According to experts, the digital gender gap can be minimized by building digital skills and promoting ICT education for girls and young women, while supporting their participation in technology development, local content creation, and ICT innovation. Studies across the world show that young people need 4 types of skills as they advance to 2030: foundational, transferable or life skills, job-related, and digital skills. CARICOM continues to work to bolster the policy environment to teach and foster these skills. Some of these initiatives include the CARICOM Single ICT Space Roadmap and Work Plan, the CARICOM Human Resource Development Strategy, and the CARICOM Girls in ICT Partnership Action Plan. Other initiatives include instituting the CARICOM Digital Skills Task Force and ongoing urgent work in the Caribbean Association of National Training Authorities, CANTA, to develop regional technical and vocational education and training courses, standards, and frameworks. There is also an ICT sector gap analysis project started this year, which will give us real-time data on how we are performing as a region and the existing gaps. I am happy to share that the CARICOM Girls in ICT Partnership will be launching a career webinar series in July 2023, which will offer access to educational resources and training to bolster capacity building. ICT provides career opportunities to young female professionals as a sector, and many modern careers are reliant on ICT. When women and girls are empowered through ICT, homes and societies benefit overall. With easy, affordable access to the internet and the necessary skills to use digital technologies, they gain opportunities to start new businesses, offer their products in new, sometimes online markets, find better paid jobs, and participate more fully in public life. Today, we join the rest of the world to celebrate and salute girls and women across the world who are working in the ICT sector, many of whom are in the regional organizations and the public sector. I urge all of us gathered here today to join forces to ensure that the leadership and the participation of women and girls are at the heart of all the efforts. Let us seek every opportunity to hear from the women and girls and the men and boys who support them as we craft policies which can unleash the resourcefulness, creativity, tenacity, and resilience of our young people. When we meet next year, it is my hope that we can truly say that we did our utmost to increase CARICOM girls and boys' access to technology and information in a safe and empowering environment. Thank you and best wishes for an enjoyable event.
Such inspiring words from our head of CARICOM and Ms. Britton. So much is being done to ensure that the play field is even. And can you share with us just a few of the, projects that you are spearheading at this time, and what are some of the things we wish to see within the coming year as it relates to girls in ICT?
Thank you, Ms. Hicks-Rayburn, Madam Moderator. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, I
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful, thank you. I think that the SG did a good job of giving a list of the things that we're working on, but in particular, the CARICOM Girls and ICT Partnership is apropos for today's proceedings, because that is a partnership made up of member states, regional institutions, international institutions, and of course the Secretariat. And it is a partnership which is supposed to be working very micro-focused at how we can bring girls into the space, girls into the conversation, and that of course means we have to embrace students, teachers, parents, and guardians. So that's the one I'd like to highlight today, but it's highly coupled with the work being done by the Digital Skills Task Force. And so it is an inflection point, I think, for the region, that the ITU has chosen digital skills for all as its theme, and that we chose girls and boys, girls in ICT and the boys who support them. So those two themes, I think, are the bedrock and really support what we are, the thrust for the region in the next, urgent thrust, I should say, in the next 12 to 24 months as we try to upskill everybody with digital skills, but also share and do some capacity building and knowledge transfer for why it's important to be interested in information, communication, and technologies, ICT as we call it. And now we are happily living in, we embrace Generation X, we embrace Generation Y, Generation Z, and we're now living in Generation AI for artificial intelligence. So while we move through the steps, the world is going at lightning speed. So it's important that we have sessions like this to bring awareness and hopefully bring a groundswell of new people into the space. In the room with me today, we have two schools from our catchment area, Graham's Hall Primary and Sophia Primary. And it was very specific for the Secretariat to earmark schools in our catchment area, because research is also showing that if you don't capture the attention of girls and boys by about 8, you have lost them by about 13. So it's important that we start having these conversations with them at an early age so that the spark can be formed. I thank you for that question and the opportunity to share that. Thank you.
And I believe we also have with us Miss Anusha Vasha Sunai be joining us at this time, or?
Yes, she's online and ready.
Okay, great. Well, I have just a few. I would like to just give a few, a little information about Miss Sunai before we introduce her. Miss Sunai, president of the Creative Tech Hub Caribbean and past president of the ICT Association of Suriname, also the AmCham board member and partner of Women in Tech Caribbean, also the winner of the Anthony Sabler Caribbean Excellence Award, and also the winner of the Women in Tech Global Leadership Award, and decorated with the honorary award of the Yellow Star of the Republic of Suriname. Ms. Sunai, it is a pleasure indeed for you to join us at today's, I would say it's a celebration. I would say it's this phenomenal event, an opportunity again for us as leaders, as trailblazers, trendsetters, to really commemorate such an important event and the continued trust, the importance of ICT, of making sure that, as I said, the coming up with policies, developing policies to ensure that everyone, our young girls, have the advantage that is necessary in today's society. Ms. Sunai, I just invite you now to give your presentation as to your role and your responsibilities at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Charlene Hicks, Madam Moderator. Hello, everyone. It's great to be here today, especially because it's Girls in ICT Day, and to talk about how we can empower youth in the Caribbean for the digital economy. But before I dive into my talk, I would like to thank all the women and girls who have laid the foundation for us that we can speak about a digital economy that is being formed, and it's getting its formats here in the Caribbean as well. And I don't want to do anyone short, but 3 women that have caught my eye while I was also developing to become who I am today were Miss Jennifer Breton. I think she did an amazing job with bringing the ICT world to the Caribbean, to CARICOM, and put it on the agenda. Ms. Rihanna De Haas de Doeg, who's now retired from CARICOM, and also Ms. Camille Selfon Abrahams, who is a trailblazer in the animation world and digital media with the Anime Carib Festival. I think these women and many others, but I know these 3, have done a wonderful job in laying the groundwork and helping us to take a few steps further in the whole process of speaking about the digital economy. So hats off to them and a lot of thanks. And it's now our responsibility to join them. And I have joined Ms. Camille a few years ago, but to everyone to join them and help build the whole digital economy in the Caribbean. And as a female in a leadership position in a technology company, I know that many young people are interested in technology and they want to know how they can be part of whatever is happening in the digital space. And because I had those questions as well. I was like, okay, so where do I start? I have studied electrical engineering at the university, but my heart went out to software development. And that's how I rolled into the whole ICT space. So what are some of the possibilities for each of us in the digital economy? There are a lot of possibilities because the digital economy refers to economic activity that is driven by digital technologies such as the internet, mobile devices, and all other digital media platforms. So it's a wide range of industries from e-commerce and online advertising to software development and digital entertainment, games, animation, NFTs, etc., etc. In these industries, in these several disciplines, you have different type of ICTs. You have like coding, but you also have AI, the Internet of Things, machine learning, augmented reality, virtual reality. So those are all techniques, technologies that we use to enable the whole digital economy. And I'm so happy with the agenda of today because later today you will have presentations on many of these topics. And it's important that we focus on the use of digital technologies because that is what characterizes the digital economy. So the use of digital technologies to create new business models, new products and services, and as well to enhance our productivity and efficiency in the traditional industries. There are many countries that are nowadays investing in digital infrastructure and skills development to enable the growth and competitiveness in the digital age. And we see that also happening at a larger scale here in the Caribbean itself. The internet is an amazing tool. It can help you to learn, create, and innovate, and to access information and resources from anywhere in the world. So you can learn new skills and connect with people who share your interests without them being in your own country. For instance, playing games with people across the world, like many of you are already doing. I know Fortnite players, not just Fortnite, but also Call of Duty and many other games that you are already playing now with people across the world. But you can also start your own business on the internet and create something new and innovative. Jobs in technology are some of the most in-demand jobs. So even if you don't want to start a business, you could still work for a company abroad because with the rise of remote work, you can work for a company anywhere in the world from the comfort of your own country and your own home. So it's very good to look at jobs in these in technology because they are in demand and well paid. It's also good to know for you that you don't need a technical background. Yes, I have a technical background, but you don't need a technical background to be part of the digital economy because most of my administration team members, they don't have a background in digital, in technology. They have a background in finance, sales, project management, human resources. So there are many jobs in the technology world which you don't need any hardcore programming languages to know. There is also a whole wave coming up of low-code and no-code software development, which means that you don't need to be a programmer who knows all the basics of programming or very advanced programming. It means you can have some basic knowledge about programming and still create beautiful apps. Like we can build websites now with drag and drop builders. We can build mobile apps like that now. We can build games with just drag and drop builders. And with the introduction of AI, being able to do many more things, you can create your whole PowerPoint presentation with AI. You can create so many of the applications that we need with AI to just automate your business. Not completely, but most of the parts. And it's girls in ICT, and I want you to know that when we speak about the ICT sector, it's not just the ICT sector on its own, because on its own, ICT is a sector which we can use to help us diversify our economy here in the Caribbean, like have not be so dependent on oil and gas and natural resources, tourism, and the more traditional industries, but we can use the ICT services to export ICT services and have an additional income for countries here in the Caribbean. But ICT is also an enabler of other sectors. So if you have a background in ICT, you can work in other sectors because it provides the tools and infrastructure that are necessary for the other sectors to function more effectively and efficiently. To give you some examples, healthcare, for instance, ICT can enable healthcare by providing electronic health records, telemedicine, and other digital tools that help healthcare providers to share patient information and collaborate with each other on patient care. Especially with AI, you can come up with faster diagnosis and treatment plans. So even if you're a doctor, using technology will become one of the basic skills that you will need. And in education, for instance, ICT can enable education by providing online learning platforms, digital textbooks, but also make education more accessible for especially the underserved communities. Agriculture as well. I don't know if you have already seen it, but here we use drones to navigate the whole field where the crops are planted, and we also use sensors in to give us information that will help farmers make better decisions about planting, fertilization, and harvesting crops. Also in transportation, we see a big entrance of ICT by providing real-time information about traffic, road conditions, about schedules, etc. But there is also the rise of cars who are more adaptable to its driver, and we see that Internet of Things, machine learning, and AI, these technologies are very essential in these facilities or these extras that your car can come with nowadays. So these are just a few examples of how the wide range of ICT and ICT services can help us to address social economic challenges. In fact, ICT can help us to accelerate the achievement of at least 7 of the Sustainable Development Goals. However, it is important to know that the responsible development of implementation of artificial intelligence is very critical to ensure that these technologies are used for the benefit of all. We must continue to invest in research and education to ensure that AI is developed in an ethical and responsible way. And that is why we need an inclusive digital economy. Diversity is key. And as we celebrate girls in ICT and boys who support them, it is important to know that empowering young girls in the Caribbean is not just a matter of social justice, but also an economic imperative. And because by providing equal opportunities for all young people, we can unlock the potential of our region's digital economy and create a brighter future for everyone. In conclusion, the digital economy offers many exciting opportunities for young people in the Caribbean. And by understanding the power of the internet, of AI, and all other technologies, knowing that there are many opportunities available, and that you don't need a technical background, you can feel empowered to be a part of the digital economy. So go out there and explore all the possibilities that the digital world has to offer. Thank you.
Wow, that was extremely inspiring, Ms. Sunai. It is the vast, the world that awaits you and so many possibilities that we have through the advancement of technology. It's something for everyone. And the fact that you spoke about the low code or no code and not necessarily having to have a technical background, that I think is so critical. And it's something which in our schools, we need to make sure that we do everything possible for each of our students to be aware of how vast and how many possibilities there are for each and every child. And the importance of the inclusion definitely resonates for me, because we have students with so many varying abilities and skills. And some may think, shy away from this. And that's why it's important for us to empower them. Mr. May I just ask, you've been involved in the technical field for, how did you get started in the technical field? What led you to this, for this love of the ICT?
Thanks for the question. To make the answer short, it was when I was studying electrical engineering, we had 2 subjects that were about programming. And I saw how I was consumed by that subject. I built my own application to help the university to digitalize their whole administration system, which they never used because it was going well with pen and paper and just an Excel. That was good enough for them. So I couldn't convince them about the application. But having the ability to create something, it was so fulfilling for me that I wanted to do more of that. So I started to research more and more. And it was, the internet was very new to me at that moment. But once you get to search, you come in this whole rabbit hole of things, and you see that there is a whole sea of possibilities out there. And it was very good to know that I didn't have a very good foundation yet in ICT, but still I could create something. So the power that you feel, I don't know if it's power, but I think the strength that you feel when you create something, that gave me a kick to go further and just look for more.
Wow. And you are the president of the club, I believe. And how long has your business been in existence? How did you begin?
Okay, so I started off as a digital project manager in a media company. And after that, I was looking for more in software development. So I met the founder of Spamakandra, who was Vincent Kensville, and he needed an account manager for his company. So I started as an account manager, telling people why they need websites, what a website is, what it can do for your business. And with my experience with the university, who didn't want to use the application because the traditional methods were good, it challenged me to know what is it that the business is looking for when they digitalize, when they do the digital transformation in-house, what does it entail? And I was offered several training because they had a very performance-oriented culture. And we had many challenges because there were no students, no skilled human capital available, skilled human resources available. So we had to train our own people. And every time when we trained our people and they started to work for us, after a very short time, they were headhunted by the larger companies who could give them more salaries. So that was a challenge. And I said, you know what, instead of being a victim of this whole thing, let's start an academy. And start the Learn, Work, Grow program. So the Learn, Work, Grow program is where we educate students who don't have any, so they have a specific background, like not a specific background, but a specific development. They have done like high school or secondary school. They come and join the Learn, Work, Grow program. They don't need any work experience, but once they are in the program and they finish the 3 years, they can either start their own company work for a larger firm, or they can become a lead in our company. So that program is so successful, and our people are working at the banks, the insurance companies, the larger corporations now, because they know that if they need qualified people, that they have to pick them from us. And that's how I founded my company in education and in digital branding and marketing, by looking at what is a gap, what is a challenge, and how can I offer a solution with the help of the existing company where I started off as a account manager. So I grew from a junior to a mid-year, a senior, and then I became the operational lead and then the CEO. And because I had to go every step of the way, I have the patience to help other people to go every step by step. And it's so fulfilling to see if someone wasn't wanted by any company, they were applying for jobs and no one wanted them. And now they join our program. And after that, everyone is headhunting them. So that gives a good sense of fulfillment. But also it gives an achievement in this way that we are contributing to the digital economy in our own small way.
Thank you very much. I don't know if Miss Britton is still with us. I just would, would like to invite her to just perhaps indicate, as much as we're looking at improving the technological skills and so on, what are some of the soft skills, or what are some in terms of personal character that we think it's important that we need to ensure or see that is also emulated, or that we want our students perhaps to understand? It's not just about the technical. What would you say are some of the other personal traits that are so important for us to build on?
Thank you, Ms. Hicks. Again, thank you.
Are you muted? Just unmute the mic. Great.
Thank you, Ms. Hicks. Thank you also, Anushka. I didn't get a chance to say that Anushka is a lifelong friend of the Secretariat and of the partnership. Whenever we ask her to do something, she never says no. So thank you, and thank you for really setting the stage for the rest of the things we're going to hear today and be thinking about in the coming months and years. As I shared, we have 2 schools with us in the room here, and as I look at them, they're animated and listening to you, Anushka, and listening to everything that's going on. One of the big things that's always on my mind is that good manners will be essential, whether in the digital world or in your physical world. Good manners will never go out of style. So listening to each other, being attentive, speaking only when the other person is finished speaking, all of those things are important. But as we zero in on a number of the things that will be necessary, good communication is definitely one. You have to be able to still communicate in your native language or the other languages which will be preeminent on the internet. Creativity is one, and so we need to be able to open our hearts and our spaces and our places for the student who may be asking you why, the child who will be asking you why, and the child who wants to go out and see the stars at midnight and look at the sun at 6 a.m., because that is the type of thing that starts to spark their creativity. And we have to be able to know that we don't have all the answers, but help them to channel that creativity. Emotional intelligence is one that's been flagged as well, but of course we start to develop that a lot more as we become older and older and know a lot more about ourselves. Innovation is one, and innovation does not mean something that you have to do with IT. Innovation is creating anything new. So we have to be able to listen again to our young people, look at them, see where their interests lie, because everything that we do in the physical world, as I said before, from architecture to zoology, will need some and will be enhanced and transformed by something digital. So even if a child is interested in soil and which worms are in that soil, we need to be able to, one, recognize. So I would say that recognition is another soft skill. We need to be able to be tuned in to the creative spirit of our young people and our people in general, to be able to help them build that from a seed to an idea to something living and breathing. So there are lots of soft skills that will continue to beset us. There are many more that Anushka may be thinking of that don't come to my mind right away, but we need to be able to navigate. Literacy is another skill which comes to mind before I close this answer, in the sense that you have to be able to know where to go for your source. You have to be able to examine and interrogate that source to know whether it is good or bad. You have to be able to navigate all the spaces which may lead you to that source, and also be able to draw the sense out of whatever you're going to use, and literature, not literature piece, source that you find on the internet. You have to be able to interrogate that to still see if it's good, bad. You have to be able to, as you are going along the internet and in cyberspace, you also have to be literate enough to know whether the place you're going to is a legitimate place or one which may put you into trouble. So lots of other skills which we have honed in the physical world, which we will need to transfer to the digital world. But I would say the creativity and innovation are ones that we need to look at and foster from as soon as our children can talk or even gesticulate, that we start to really hone those two skills and look at them and support them in the way they will need to be supported as they go along this continuum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anusha, did you think of any? I saw you, as Ms. Britton was speaking there, you know, I can see that you were also wondering, you know, which ones you would put in there before we close, because we're about to close. But what are a few of the skills that you think are important? Well,
I think Ms. Britton said a lot of the important things that are needed, but also business ethics. It's very important to have that skill, especially because with the digital economy, if you can easily start your own company. So we need to instill business ethics in our youth and in everyone who is doing something with regards to business or working, because ethics is still very important. And with the rise of AI, ethics is one of the things that is keeping us so busy in all the communication. What are we building? And how is this going to benefit us? And make sure that, you know, it's not devastating for humanity that we create something like a monster. So that's important. And I would add to the creative thinking, I would add critical thinking and problem solving skills, but also resilience. Because in a world that is digital, everything is fast. So you can access a large community very fast, very quickly. You just have to put out a post or start a video and you're out there. You can go viral very quickly. It's so easy within, you know. And then there is also a rage culture happening now. If we look at the world nowadays in social media, but also off social media. So if you have this access to the internet, it's good. But if something goes wrong and you get bashed by people in the comments, or people share your information with the wrong thread, you should be resilient to some extent, if not to a very large extent, to know that, you know, even if you fail at some time, you can just stand up and go further. So I think these are important skills for the digital economy.
so true. And as you spoke, what came to mind for me, it comes back to responsibility. It's an awesome responsibility as well that we are entrusted with. You know, it's a power, it's a tool that needs to be managed and needs to be used for good and as for the good of humanity. I again would like to thank you, Ms. Sinai, and Ms. Britton, for being part of this session, Girls in ICT. It has been an awesome experience having the ability to speak and to communicate with you both, for you to share the information and your knowledge. And I continue to, to encourage you to please continue to prosper, to do what is necessary for us to make this available to more, to bring more into the fold, to spread information, to be able to level the playing field. That is so important, so that we can, in our region, really have the greater opportunities for all our young individuals, and really push the barriers, as it were. So I would like to just, on behalf of RSC, Girls in ICT, thank you, Ms. Britton, and thank you, Mr. Nye, making yourselves available and sharing with us your thoughts and ideas. And I do invite you to enjoy the rest of the day, enjoy the rest of the celebration. Britton, I see you are going to be interacting with the students that you have there. I know they're going to have a great time, and so much to learn from this experience. So again, thank you both for being here, taking the time to share with us. All right? Do enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hines. And we encourage everybody to come over to the CARICOM and the RSC sessions so that they can see and hear a lot more during the day. So thank you.
Thank you for having me. Yes, thank you so much.
Hi, good morning, everyone. We have with us the Honorable Minister of Education, Minister Curtis King, with us, joining us. Hi, good morning, sir. Can you hear me?
I'm not seeing him here anymore.
Okay, I'm in the main room. Hello, everyone.
Okay, yes, miss, the room is live on YouTube.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Earlier, I got instructions not to introduce a gentleman who everybody should know, lest we confuse him with any other who, of course, is also widely known. And so, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to be dismissive of a request by our honorable minister. And so it is at this juncture that I invite you to receive the honor of being in the same space with a very interesting gentleman. Honorable Curtis King is a dynamic and visionary leader. He serves as the Minister of Education and National Reconciliation in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. With a passion for education and social justice, he has dedicated his life to creating opportunities for young people to thrive and succeed. Born and raised in St. Vincent, Honorable King has a deep understanding of the challenges faced by the country's youth. He has worked tirelessly to improve the education system, introducing new initiatives that have helped to raise standards and improve outcomes for students at all levels. So why wouldn't we want to introduce you, dear Honorable King? You are a champion of national reconciliation. You work to bring together communities that have been divided by historic tensions. You believe that by fostering greater understanding and respect between different groups, St. Vincent and the Grenadines can become a more harmonious and prosperous society. So, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce a gifted orator and strategist, one respected both at home and abroad, one recognized with numerous awards for his contributions to education and community development, one widely regarded as one of the most influential figures in our region. Ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys in ICT, let us welcome Honorable Curtis King, Minister of Education of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you very much for your very kind words. And it is indeed a pleasure to be here sharing with our young people and other stakeholders in this very important business of ours called education. I don't know how much time we have, but certainly I look forward to having great interaction with our students this morning and others. Now, let me first wish every participant, more so the females, a very productive day. This is Girls in ICT Day. It is an international day of celebration where we want to focus on ensuring that our females, women, and girls are, in fact, prepared for the role which they will have to perform, not just in the future, but which they're expected to perform even now. And so, by way of introduction, I just want to wish you a very productive day. Today, we are focusing on opportunities for our females in ICT. And I need not repeat to you the importance of having our people prepare in this very important aspect of our education system. What the pandemic has sharpened in terms of our focus is that need to continue to do so, but more so now at an accelerated rate, the integration of ICT in our teaching learning process. And so every opportunity must be provided for all of our students, but especially our girls, because historically they have not been choosing those ICT fields that persons were thinking should be the enclave of the boys. I am happy to say, though, that from where I stand, both as a member of the policymakers here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as well as the wider OECS and Caribbean region, that has significantly changed in that today, our females are very much involved in the various components of the ICT program. And we are seeing that with the choice in profession. So again, I just want to welcome everyone to this session and to say how happy I am to share. I want to indicate that here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, I must indicate this, what we have done in the post-pandemic period, well, I should say during the pandemic, and although I say post-pandemic, I'm hopeful that we are at the end of this difficult period. But certainly what we did during the period to ensure the continuity of learning was to provide every student from grade K right up to the post-secondary level, that is to say at our St. Vincent and the Grenadines Community College, with a device to allow them to access the online classes that were provided. Now, I want also to remind persons that in fact, this took place during a period also when we experienced a volcanic eruption where about 1/5 of our population were evacuated, if you like, move from their homes to shelters in the so-called safe zone in the southern part of the country, away from the volcano. And as such, face-to-face classes were suspended. And hence, we had to rely on online education. And we could not do so if we didn't have the devices. But even in instances where we had devices, we also had to work closely with the service providers to ensure that persons in some areas who did not have access to internet were provided with that access. Now, clearly, it was a mammoth task that was undertaken, but I must commend all of our partners, both locally, regionally, and internationally, who came together to ensure that we enjoy some level of success in this area. But I want to quickly focus, though, on the general importance of ICT and the need for us to make sure that our students are engaged, they are well prepared, and that they are in a position to make informed choices as they relate to their future careers. Now, there's no doubt that most of the job opportunities are going to be in the modern period where ICT and ICT-related subjects are going to be the ones that would be required for our students, our people, to access these opportunities. And very importantly, throughout the region, we have been striving to fill the gaps that we inherited from our colonial experience, where there was generally a lack of opportunities in post-secondary and tertiary education. And as such, what you find, especially in the smaller territories in the Caribbean and those in the grouping of the OECS countries, what we have to do is more or less fill the gaps that we inherited from that lack of exposure, so to speak, to the post-secondary, tertiary level training. More and more, we are recognizing that the whole issue of STEM, science, technology, engineering, math, that we had a serious, and continue in many respects, to have serious deficits in this vital area. And as such, we have to put a greater level of greater efforts into providing our students with the opportunities to pursue these courses, our subject areas. Unfortunately, we don't always have the facilities to accommodate that expansion of opportunities. So we have to do, at the policy level, take these sort of bold initiatives to correct this situation. And more, we recognize that, look, not only because there's a deficit in this area, but also because in attempting to realign our education systems towards the developmental goals that we set for our respective countries, for the region and the whole, that this is indeed vital and very important. Hence, you're seeing if you like, a greater input into these very critical areas, science, technology, engineering, maths. And so I welcome these sort of training activities, because this is basically training where we can encourage our citizens, more so in this case, our girls, to one, take STEM even more seriously than they are doing. And secondly, as I keep making the point, to put yourselves in a position where you can exploit the many opportunities that are going to become available and that are available even now in these different areas. And we believe if you do so, then our country on a whole will reap the benefit, while you, as individuals, enhance your own living circumstances with these skills that you acquire that put you in a better position to fulfill your potential. So I thought I should just start there. Hello?
Thank you, Minister King.
Yes? You're most
It's
welcome. Yes.
telling points. You're imploring our young people to put themselves in a position to be able to fuel the future economies of the Caribbean, St. Vincent in particular, but the Caribbean in general. So I have a question for you. What do you think that we as educators can do to help them reposition themselves for what is coming?
Good. Now, as educators, both at the level of policy making and in the classroom, we do have a critical role to play. First, and I identify both levels, we have to take bold initiatives where we are going to, if you like, enhance the opportunities for our young people, especially as I'm saying in this important area. Secondly, at the level of the classroom, we have to enhance the teaching learning process, where more and more our students are at the center of that process, taking it away from the teacher. And I put it this way, because too often our classes are so organized where the teacher continues to be like a dispenser of knowledge, where the new times are demanding that the teacher is more facilitator, that the teacher is more or less preparing the students to learn on their own, to develop independence. Now, saying all of that, I come now to specific things that we have to do. Clearly, the technology is enhancing all the time. We just had an OECS meeting of education ministers, and we had students in that meeting, and they were engaging us. And the issue of artificial intelligence came up, especially that having to do with the new buzz now, ChatGPT. And whereas you found that the adults tended to be very concerned and fearful of the new technology in this respect, about the damages that it could do to the system. Students were looking and thinking that there are great opportunities available, and that system, this new technology, can be tweaked in order to help them in their educational journey. And this is what I want to encourage our practitioners to recognize and to do. That look, the technology is going to be with us. There's no running away from that. So what we have to do is to use that technology to our advantage in doing our work. And therefore, rather than seeing problems with the technology, we should see challenges, challenges that can be conquered, challenges that can be surmounted. And hence, what you do is to tweak them to suit your circumstances. So in Anguilla, for example, the minister reported that they were actually using Chat GPT to help to further professionalize their teachers. In other words, they were using it in their training program to enhance the skills of the teachers so that they could be in a better position to assist their students. And that is the direction I want us to go. At the policy level, we must not be afraid to take very bold initiatives. At the classroom level, we must not be afraid to engage the technology. Let us face it, and I really like the engagement of the students, because the students are critical stakeholders in our education system. And we are talking now, especially in the post, and forgive me, I keep saying post-pandemic, but especially coming out of the experience of COVID, and in our case, the volcanic eruption. But generally worldwide, we are hearing more and more the need to reimagine our education system, the need to shift, to experience or to initiate, if you like, a paradigm shift in our education. But we can't do all these things without the active engagement of our key stakeholders. And I usually put it this way: our students, they are key stakeholders in our education, and they must of change. And if we listen to our students, they have a lot of ideas. And therefore, I am saying we must seek as much as possible to put them in that position where they can share these ideas and where the system can benefit as a whole from the combined efforts of all these stakeholders in this process. And certainly, the students will tell you that there's a greater need for the integration of ICT in our education system. Yes?
Thank you, Minister. You spoke earlier about the divide and the need to bridge that divide between the genders in the area of STEM altogether. Could you tell us some of the things your ministry and ministries across the region are doing to bridge this divide?
Yes? Good. Now, again, what I have found generally, and I'm going to start from a general sense first, right, is that throughout the region, we have an education system that recognizes all of our students, all of our students. Yes, it is true that we have to do more in the area of special education so that the system could be more inclusive of those persons who are in need of certain special efforts to make sure that they have the same quality of education like everyone else. And and we're working on that. But where the systems are concerned, all of our students are provided with the same opportunities. Where we have some challenges, and this is where we have been addressing a lot of our policies, is where there are within our societies certain traditionally held views with regards to where females should be in terms of employment opportunities and where males should be in terms of employment opportunities. And what have happened over the years, naturally, is that you would find that the female students would naturally move towards certain cluster of subjects to fit them into the traditional employment opportunities, and the male will be doing the same thing. But I'm saying that has changed significantly throughout the region, and it has to do with the policy of the various governments and of course influenced by our stakeholders, that look, the female and male have equal opportunities, and you allow them out of that situation to make choices. What you're finding, because you are seeing now more and more females gravitating to let us call it non-traditional areas, that is having an overall impact on the society. And I'm saying that naturally is being fueled by what is happening in the various education system. So before I come back to ICT, let us take a common area, for example. Let us take the field of law. Traditionally, law was a male-dominated field of employment. No longer so, because we have a large number of our females being there. Now, similarly, there was this view somehow that maths was difficult, and hence, because of the difficulty of maths, it was more suitable that the males be the ones attracted in the math-related field, the accounting and so on, engineering and so on. In fact, if you were to look at figures coming out of the University of the West Indies, you would see that engineering field basically was largely dominated by males. It still is, and that's why I'm saying we still have to make that targeted intervention to ensure that more and more females get into those areas. But the point is, and the point I'm making is that you found back then, because of that traditional view, out of choice, a lot of females gravitated away from those areas, and the males naturally dominated. That is stringent because, as I'm saying, there are targeted policies. For example, if you take scholarships, scholarships are based now on your performance. And therefore, when you have, let us take the case in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We have said as a government, where tertiary education is concerned, once the students matriculate, we are going to pay for their stay at university, the entrance and participation at that level. Now, the performances are good, and you know it more than I do, as students and as persons in the classroom itself. The females are doing better today than the boys. So when the scholarships are being awarded and females apply to do STEM-related subjects. We don't say, well, look, we can't afford to finance the females because that is not their field. No, it is based on objective criteria, and hence you find more and more females are getting into those areas. And as long as they get into those areas, the impact is happening throughout the rest of the school system. So I would say, generally speaking, what we are seeing is a change, if you like, in how people perceive certain subject areas, and certainly that is impacting positively, where we are having greater choice now for those who are pursuing training in those areas. And let us not forget too, the attraction also is the remuneration. And all of our students want to be in a position where their remuneration is enhanced, and where those subjects or those areas of discipline are providing very enhanced remuneration. They're going to be attracted there.
Thank you for that answer, Minister. And I have one final thing for you. So the young people who are watching us today, who we are preparing for careers that we don't know about and that will not exist for some time, what will you say to them?
Again, we in the Caribbean have to come to recognize that what we need throughout the system is that we have to prepare our citizens for a world that it is very difficult to predict. Therefore, the emphasis has to be on training our students to learn how to learn. We cannot continue to simply put all of our focus, or the vast majority of our focus, on content that the students simply regurgitate. What we have to do is to ensure that we develop more competency-based learning. Put it simply, we have to get the graduates coming out of our system being independent learners, being persons who can do, who can move into the world of work with a greater level of preparation that would allow them to adjust to whatever circumstances they are required to adjust. In other words, what we are saying, we have to make our education system more agile. We have to ensure that we put great emphasis on getting the students to learn independently. Yes, and that is why this session is so important, because the technology is there. You know, when I went to school in the 70s and 80s, we had to put a lot of emphasis on textbooks. Why? Because the knowledge was there in the textbooks. And I remember some of us going to the public library when we were doing economics. And we knew the textbook that was being used by our economics teacher. And we knew that he was providing us with notes from that textbook. So what we did, we went to the library the evening before the classes and we copied the notes. And then when we get to class, we pretended that we were writing the notes. Okay, but we were ahead of the teacher that time. Today, knowledge is all around us. You don't have to go to the library. You can sit in your class, in your bedroom, in your living room, and access that information. So I'm saying it can't be now about us continuing to simply dispense knowledge. The students are aware of the knowledge. We have now to put emphasis on how we use that knowledge. And therefore, when you have a situation where you don't know what the world of work would be like 5 years from now, or even 3 years from now, then the best level of preparation we could give to our students is to make them or prepare them to be flexible and agile, to be able to function within a different environment over a short period of time. And we can't do that, or they will not be able to do that unless we put a greater emphasis on those areas that we've been hearing all the time. The critical thinking. And I want to make a point before I go any further. You hear now about the importance of critical thinking and other soft skills in the classrooms. And if you listen to some persons, you would think you have to create a subject named critical thinking. But look, we also have to provide our teachers with that level of training that would allow them to employ these more readily in their respective classes. Critical thinking goes across the curriculum in every subject area. You don't have to create a subject named critical thinking. And that is one of the challenges we have in this region. Every new thing where you have a challenge, you would hear people say, put that on the curriculum, put that on the curriculum. Well, the poor students must be wondering how many things are going to be on the curriculum. Well, in fact, in truth, they're already there. But we have to get our practitioners to engage our students in those fashion. The other issue, and that is why we are here celebrating today, because we want to bring a greater focus on the importance of ICT in the process. I'm saying for a long time we have been talking about integrating ICT in the teaching learning process. But too many of our classrooms are still like in the late 19th century situation where basically you have a classroom set up in a rectangular format and everybody looking up at the teacher on a blackboard or whiteboard in a particular direction. We have to engage in technology. We must not be afraid of the technology. And we must use that technology to enhance our skills, to put us in a better position. We must not be afraid of it. And I'm saying that those are the areas that we have to focus on so that our students will be better prepared for their future engagement.
Thank you, Minister King, for a very thought-provoking discussion here with me this morning. I look forward to the strides that are going to be made in St. Vincent and the OECS, all for the benefit of the young people of this region, who in turn will take the region to where it's supposed to be in the coming century.
Yes, sorry, but I wanted to add one other thing. And that has to do with us all, policymakers and also the practitioners. We have to approach our work with a greater level of urgency. Too often we have, as a region, identified problems, the challenges, if you like, but we take so long to initiate a program to deal with these challenges. And I would just speak to one simple example. I recall as a principal myself, we were discussing, and at the level of capstone, as the Caribbean Association of Secondary School Principals. Well, I hope I have it. Yes. Where we were discussing using the technology, not only in the classroom, but as a management tool. And I remember the great level of discussions we had on instituting in our respective countries the education management information system. And to date, some of our countries don't have that system. Fortunately, I'm happy to inform you and our students there that within this month, we will be introducing an education management information system at the national level. Yes, we have several of our institutions having a system, but we are going to have one now to coordinate the whole system, education system. But as I was making the point, to show the lack of urgency that we sometimes engage these things with. Because we have stayed so long to introduce the emails, you know what? Our new system that we are introducing, we couldn't just introduce just the management information system. We had to integrate it with a learning portal, if you like, a learning platform. Because the technology has gone so far since we have been talking about the education management information system, that to simply just put in place our education management information system, you would be behind if you don't have, with that system in place, also a learning platform, especially in this period where we have to be talking about the resilience of our education system, where we have to be talking about learning continuity, where we have to be talking about providing the system with the opportunity to utilize properly the resources we have in country and in the region. Again, take the example of the master teacher concept. I have studied the results for CXC over its past 42 or so years. Well, more than 42 years now, 79, so it would be what, 44 years, 43, 44 years. And if you look at some of the subject areas, especially math, you would see that throughout the period, math has been our weakest area. And I don't want people to make the excuse that it's happening regionally, or it's happening in some countries. My argument is, why can't we not have a very targeted approach to math using the technology? Although I use math, it could be any other subject area, but I am using math because I want to impress on our listeners and viewers the seriousness of our lack of good mathematicians in large numbers. Because if we are talking about STEM, maths is crucial. And I'm saying, why, if we have an excellent math teacher based at a school in Kingston, but we have a weak math teacher based in Georgetown, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, let us go regionally. Why, if we have an excellent math teacher in St. Lucia, and we have some weaknesses in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, why don't we use the technology which is available to provide solution in that area? We're simply recording a series of lessons, store them, and make them available for retrieval 24/7. to our students, to teachers, to our parents, so that we could enhance our match performance. Why? Why we can't do things like those? We are capable of doing that. The region have the resources to put together these things. But I'm saying a lot of times we need to put a greater level of urgency into doing these things. I thank you. I think I've taken up a lot of your time. I thank you very much for having me.
I thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. We look forward to progress in St. Vincent in the OECS and across the Caribbean as more progressive leaders like you take forward the case of education. Thank you, Minister.
Yes, thank you very much. So tell me. Okay.
So good afternoon, everyone. Again, welcome to Caribbean Girls in ICT and boys who support them. At this session, we have the ambassador, Sonia Kopp, who is an experienced diplomat with a 32-year career in the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. She has completed 4 DFAT posting towards Deputy Head of Mission and a secondment to the Conference on Disarmament Secretariat in Geneva. Her current highlights include playing a pivotal role in the consular response to the COVID pandemic during her posting in South Africa, driving an enhanced partnership with the European Union and participating in negotiations on the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. It is my pleasure to introduce to us on this platform Caribbean Girls in ICT and Boys Who Support Them, Ambassador Sonia Kopp, Australian High Commissioner.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, a very good day to you all, and thank you for that warm welcome. On behalf of the Australian Government, it is my pleasure to join Restore a Sense of I Can and other partners in welcoming you to today's Girls in ICT and Boys Who Support Them virtual seminar and workshop. As you've just heard, my name is Sonia Kerper and I am Australia's High Commissioner to the Caribbean. Let me start by thanking Restore a Sense of I Can for inviting me to be a part of today's event and for their tireless work thus far. Australia is very pleased to be supporting RSC to achieve its Sustainable Development Goals through Australia's Direct Aid Program. We are pleased to have provided 54,190 Australian dollars towards RSC's Youth Empowerment Through Technology, Education and Collaboration project, which seeks to create opportunities like today's event for girls and boys to gain skills in technology and innovation so that they can become digital entrepreneurs. We live in a digital world. Internet use is on the rise. Mobile technology markets are expanding. Many jobs have a digital component. Social media platforms provide ways of connecting. And COVID-19 increased the importance of digital economies reliant on workers with STEM skills. However, not everyone has benefited from these digital developments. Women and girls, in particular, continue to be excluded from participating fully in the digital age, in science and technology careers, and are subjected, unfortunately, to technology-facilitated gender-based violence, which threatens their rights, safety, and well-being. Australia is committed to promoting gender equality and women's and girls' human rights. Gender equality, combined with diversity and inclusion, is a cross-cutting issue for Australia's international engagement, including through our development program. We support the use of education, innovation, and technology in ways that promote equality and inclusion and progress the rights, health, security, and empowerment of all women and girls and persons of diverse gender identities. This includes safe and reliable online access for all, which is necessary for bridging the gender digital divide. Inclusive education, which improves digital literacy for all, including women and girls. Societies which provide equal opportunity for people of all genders to learn, work, and engage in STEM education and careers. And robust measures that protect women and girls from all forms of technology-facilitated violence, abuse, and harassment. Australia recognises that science, technology, and gender equality are vital for sustainable development, including achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals of the 2030 Agenda. This includes ensuring that no one is left behind by closing the digital gender divide and demanding safe access for all. I encourage each of you to take advantage of all the knowledge and information that will be shared in today's sessions. With your support, I anticipate today's event will be a great success. I want to wish everyone a productive learning experience throughout today and I wish you all the best in your future endeavours. Happy International Girls in ICT Day. Thank you and best of luck.
Thank you very much, High Commissioner Sonia Kopp. We are very grateful for your presence here today. So again, it is Caribbean Girls in ICT and boys who support them. Thank you very much, High Commissioner.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our continuing program and sessions for today. I know that everyone has been having a fantastic time. I too, I have been taking in the stream, and I am quite excited about this next presentation that is coming to us. It is my pleasure to introduce to you Ms. Christine Cole. Ms. Cole is the president of Soroptimist International Trinidad and Tobago. It's a national organization, association, and she's a member of the Shogunas Club. Ms. Cole pays attention or puts her focus on empowering women and girls through community projects aligned with the Soroptimism vision and mission. She is very concerned about, she's a conflict resolution specialist and a mediator and has 15 years of experience in that field. And that is something that's very important now, and especially in our country, where people have to learn how to resolve conflict in a particular manner. She holds a BSc in psychology and communication, an MSc in mediation studies, and certifications in various conflict resolution methodologies. Christine has been using her expertise to create positive change in her community and country. And so this evening, we are pleased to welcome her. And I ask Ms. Cole just to make her presentation now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. And it is certainly my pleasure to be here with you this afternoon. Thank you for that warm introduction. And as I said, I'm the current president of the Soroptimist Trinidad and Tobago. So first of all, let me tell you a bit about Soroptimism. All right, Soroptimist is a global volunteer movement with a network of around 72,000 club members in 121 countries in 5 federations throughout the world, who work at local, national, regional, and international level to educate, empower, and enable opportunities for women and girls. SI as a large NGO, has general consultative status with the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations. And so with that, every 2 years, the Soroptimist International president launches a project with the aim of delivering tangible benefits to some of the world's most marginalized women and girls and their communities. And the current project taking place in all 5 federations at this time is entitled Opening Doors to a Bright Future. And one of these projects is being executed right here in the Caribbean, with RSC working in part on the development and support of technology clubs in schools, tertiary institutions, and communities throughout the Caribbean. In Trinidad, there are 7 clubs, and there are plans to restart 1 club in Tobago. Members of these 7 clubs engage in program action that enhance the lives of women and girls, which is the aim of Soroptimism. And one of our most recent projects was one which was conceptualized to commemorate International Women's Day, was an art competition. And we challenged secondary school students in our communities to create a piece of art that depicted what a society free of violence against women and girls would look like. And I am so pleased to tell you that the response to this challenge was tremendous. And some of the pieces were displayed at the rotunda of our National Library in Port of Spain.
Ms. Cole, could I jump in here one moment and ask you to please turn on your camera? We are hearing all this work that is being done, but we're not seeing you right now. Thank you.
Thought it was on. Yeah.
Thank you. Excellent.
So some of the other projects that we have been, that we have been working on are mental health. Coming out of the COVID pandemic, that was identified as one of the areas that needed special attention. Some of our clubs developed projects on that. Mentoring teenage girls, the health challenges of endometriosis. And a STEM project called the DigiGirls Project was developed by one of our clubs. And this was featured at the UN celebration of International Women's Day, CSW 67 in New York. While we work hard, we also play hard as a group. And indeed, our members get together from time to time to have fun and friendship. Because when we build teams like that, we also are able to harness that same power and move into the work that we do as a sisterhood. And we're able to support each other and serve our communities. So on this day, as we commemorate girls in science in the Caribbean and the boys who support them, I am happy to be associated with this venture. Soroptimus is happy to be associated with this venture and to be given this opportunity to bring a message in celebration of girls in science. And of course, as a conflict resolution specialist, I will be talking about something near and dear to my heart, conflict resolution. And science is often considered a hard skill. And things like these are often considered soft skills. I question that. I question how soft is the skill when it's the hardest thing is to resolve conflict peaceably and listen to each other. So as our girls advise in science, I would offer a few thoughts on the area of conflict resolution. In this area, conflict and conflict resolution will emerge. And of course, conflict is not confined to this sphere of connotation. Yeah, in local parlance, we talk about a quarrel, couture, bacchanal, all those kinds of things. And so we develop from small attitudes towards conflict, that it is something to be avoided, that it is something to not get into at all cost. All right, but I want to put out to you for your consideration that conflict can also be positive. Yes, I think conflict has the power to increase our awareness of problems that exist. Without conflict, one person saying one thing or one group saying one thing, we would not know that a problem exists. And so differences of opinion can mean that we see different solutions to a problem. And therein lies one of the powers of conflict. Conflict can also create an environment where change can be seen as positive and innovation can thrive and peace can exist. But how do we get there? Again, conflict can play out in a variety of ways in our societies, in the delivery of goods and services, in school settings. Recently, we've been seeing a lot of violence and conflict and fights in our schools, in the classrooms, in the schoolyards, in the transport hubs. Why is this so? Is it that we no longer know how to handle the conflict situations? And as the girls move out of school and into workspaces, there's a lot of conflict in office settings. And within recent years, the online conflict, the cyberbullying, that, we feel that it is a space where we can just say anything and get away with. So we will talk a little bit in a while about how we can, very simply, simple tips on how we can avoid those situations or manage the conflict situations a little bit. And wherever persons are interacting, there is the potential for conflict. So what happens when there is a conflict situation or there's a potential conflict situation? Conflict creates a sense of threat to self, and it is usually embedded in how we view it. Our thoughts and feelings are on the line. When we're in a conflict situation, we probably feel that our respect has been denied, harm to our reputation, loss of fear of resources, intimidation, humiliation, loss of control, loss of face, feeling attacked. And these you can probably identify with that happens in the schoolyards, in the school settings, and in the office spaces. In fact, all around, even in our homes. And when we feel attacked, when we feel humiliated, when we have lost face, this acts as a driver for our behavior. We can become defensive, hostile, aggressive, all of which tends to escalate the conflict in a negative way, and parties become polarized. How we react to a potential conflict situation depends on how we perceive the conflict. As girls in science progress and the boys support them, our society will continue to embrace the changes that are here and the further changes that this will bring. And different conflict situations may be manifested in personal spaces, social settings, and workspaces. I now submit for your consideration some ways in which we can begin to look at how we view conflict and how we can harness the changes and reduce the tension that conflict can create. One way is to become comfortable with conflict differences. How to become differences among ourselves, among people. And how do we do that when we have been taught that our way is the right way? Perhaps we can examine our assumptions of the situation around us. Did I see this right? Did I get all the information? What was my reaction? Did I overreact to that situation? How comfortable are we with differences? When someone is different to us, culturally, when we look different, when we speak different, when we dress different, how comfortable are we there? When we have different opinions on a topic or in a situation, are we willing to listen? Are we willing to look and say, maybe I did not get it right? What is driving me to be so defensive of this situation? All right, so let us examine our assumptions about the situation that we find ourselves in. Let curiosity become your friend. Be curious about the new things around you. You're in science, there will always be new things. All right, let did I get all this right? Ask questions. Ask questions to expand it. If you have you might think that your question is foolish, but when you voice the question, somebody else might, I was thinking the same thing. So be curious about all new things. Curiosity leads to growth and new learning. And very important in resolving conflict, we want to listen. Listen to each other. Listening requires not only that we hear the words that somebody's saying, but that we suspend our judgments, that we suspend our assumptions, and really listen to this person. A different opinion is not necessarily a wrong opinion. Different, just what it is, different. It's not wrong. So I challenge you to listen. Listen with your whole body. And I'll tell you a little story about listening here. Listening, I remembered doing a delivery with some school students, and I asked, how many of you feel listened to? And every single hand shut up immediately. Yes, I feel that nobody listens to me. And I was just amazed because people feel that they're not listened to. And that's one of the things that cause conflict. When we feel we're not listened to, we don't feel respected. We don't feel that our opinion matters. We don't feel that we are heard. And the work that I do, most of the people who come before me, they just want somebody to listen to them, to listen to their point of view. And when they get that, it's like a weight has been lifted from their shoulder. So we want to be listened to, and we want to listen to others. We want to respect others, and we want to feel respected. So listen with your whole heart, suspend your judgments. Really listen to what the other person's saying. And another way of dealing with conflict is when you're in a dialogue situation, again, you want to listen to the facts. Dialogue is one of the key ways and when you engage somebody in a conflict situation, somebody who has a different opinion of you, you are able to learn from them. If we hold on to what we think is right all the time, we would never learn. We would just remain with our own opinions and not expose ourselves to learning from somebody else. So I challenge you to listen to each other, to listen to yourself. Listening to yourself means examining your assumptions, as I said earlier. And as you see the rise of girls in science, and the boys are going to be supporting them, one of the areas of conflict that might be the gender differences. And I'm sure you young people who are listening to me right now will be finding ways to deal with that. The world is changing. The world that I grew up in would not be the one you would be in when you reach my age. So learn to accept each other, learn to be respectful of the views of others. Once we are aware of what is happening in us, we can take corrective action. Oh, I did not know that was happening. And corrective action breeds resolution to the conflict, because now we're looking at what we have brought. They say we cannot change each other, and that's true. We can only change ourselves. So I challenge each one of you today to take up this hard science, the science of learning how to look at ourselves, learning how to examine our assumptions, learning how to listen to each other. This will go hand in hand with the hard science that is necessary as well, the science that the girls are moving into. But I urge you to develop these soft skills, these what I call hard skills. Develop these skills, because in all that you do, we will constantly be interacting with people. And once we learn to navigate that space of dialogue and learn to respect each other, the world can become a much nicer place for us to navigate. In conclusion, I want to thank the organizers of this event for giving me the opportunity to share those few brief thoughts with you. And I urge each of you, if ever you get the opportunity to do some training in conflict resolution, communication, grasp it. It will help you tremendously as you go through life. So I want to thank again the organizers, and this is the end of my presentation for today.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Cole. It's a wonderful presentation, very fitting presentation on such an important topic. And you have advised the girls in ICT and the boys who listen and support them. You have told them to accept, to be able to respect each other, and to take corrective action. So again, we want to thank you very much for the presentation. I know that it will indeed redound in less conflict in our schools, in our countries, in our communities, and in the world at large. So I thank you very much, and may God continue to bless you as you continue to work in your sphere of expertise. Thanks again.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. At this time, we're about to look at careers in technology. And today we have a very distinguished gentleman in our midst, a country leader for IBM in Trinidad and Tobago, integrating IBM for local clients and aligning with the country's economic development agenda. A vast experience in leadership roles at IBM over 27 years, including business development executive and general manager of IBM Trinidad and Tobago. A board member of the American Chamber of Commerce of Trinidad and Tobago, United Way of Trinidad and Tobago, and St. Dominic's Children's Home. He holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Mathematics and Computer Science from the University of the West Indies and an MBA from the University of California, Berkeley. It is my pleasure to introduce to you this afternoon Mr. Simon Akwe, Country Leader, IBM, Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Akwe.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone, and to the wider Caribbean community. It's such a pleasure to be speaking at this event yet again. This is an event that, you know, IBM supports over the years and has supported over the years. So again, thank you so much for having me. I trust that everyone can hear me okay. Dexter? All right, can you confirm that everyone is hearing me okay?
Yes, yes, we're hearing you loud and clear.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So again, thank you. And I am so pleased again to be talking about careers in technology. Over the years, IBM has been in business for over 110 years. And, you know, one of the things that we always see as it relates to technology is a lot of people think of technology as, you know, computer only as computers, you know, hardware devices, and I guess more modern day terms and software as well. But understanding that careers in technology span a vast array of different careers, and not necessarily just a technology company, but in many different types of industries all over the world. One important statistic to note is that 65% of today's school age kids, so that's you, will be employed in jobs that don't yet exist. For many of us who've been around for more years than you, I've known, you know, 20 years ago, or even 30 years ago, when I was graduating from university, they didn't have anything like a web developer or AI data scientist. Those types of jobs just did not exist. So you too should be prepared to go into work that is, or go into fields of work that don't exist today. So what I wanted to share with you is a study that the World Economic Forum has done with McKinsey & Company, a consulting firm. And they looked at some of the 10 most important technologies and trends that are happening today based on where investment. So, you know, as you all know, that companies typically require some sort of investments to get them going and to attract talent and people who have skills to be able to work in those fields. So you see things like next level process automation, and that's all around industrial Internet of Things. And for those who work and live in Trinidad and Tobago, you know that we have lots of industrial customers. So I should say customers, a lot of industrial companies. Similarly, in many of the other jurisdictions, they're all industrial companies, whether it's manufacturing, whether it's utilities like telecommunications or electricity or water distribution. And they all require, you know, access to information that is generated by all of these systems. We have new technologies such as 3D and 4D printing and what is called digital twins. Organizations that are creating a physical or a digital manifestation of physical assets that they have. There are new types of connectivities around 5G, which is the latest telecommunications protocol. You have distributed infrastructure where you have multiple devices, whether it's on vehicles or, as I mentioned, pipelines or transmission lines. You have next generation computing, what is called quantum computing. And I mean, I'm sure all of you have access to Google to go and read up about all these new technologies. And of course, AI, we've heard about ChatGPT and new trends of large language models coming up. You have what they call software 2.0, new ways of coding. Instead of working on the actual underlying code, you can actually now have what they call low code and no code software development. And then, of course, everything around cybersecurity, including blockchain that relates to things like, cryptocurrencies, for example. Then biomolecular and biosystems, next generation materials such as nanomaterials, and then clean technologies. Cannot forget that, all of the efforts that are being made around addressing climate change and green economies. And all of this has to do with, reporting new types of energy generation and managing those systems. So as you can see, there are lots of new technology trends and underlying technologies that are being worked on as we speak. And all of these are underpinned by what we call STEM, or science, technology, engineering, and mathematics in education and skills development. Not only for where you are, but as you move forward in your careers, you have to continue to develop, and you never stand still as it relates to skill development, because the world doesn't stand still. So let's talk a little bit about why STEM is important. So on the right side of the chart, we look at traditional teaching methods. A lot of us still are, but have done and still are learning during using this type of method. You have books, you have teachers telling you about the new content, you have to memorize it, then you practice it, you recite it, and you're reading on it. And that has been the traditional method of learning. So apart from STEM being, the fields of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, there's a methodology to STEM learning that I want you to understand and to embrace. And that is one of observation, questioning, coming up with a hypothesis, experimenting to test those hypotheses, analyzing the results, and coming up with a conclusion. So more than, just rote learning, it's really understanding this type of learning and being able to apply it not just to the technical fields, but also to many other fields and developing critical thinking skills. And these are what employers are looking for. And understanding that STEM is part of everything today, and digital disruption, as we know it, has already happened. You can see that, the world's largest taxi company owns no taxis, and that's Uber. So what they do is they just basically provide a technological infrastructure to manage riders with drivers, right? And we have that in Trinidad and Tobago today with Drive, for example, and other ride-sharing companies. The largest accommodation provider has no real estate. Again, Airbnb disrupted the whole hospitality industry by, again, connecting people who want to travel and visit different countries, and people who have properties who may actually have an extra room in their house or may have an investment property that they would like to rent out. The largest phone companies owns no telco infrastructure. Skype, WhatsApp, Facebook, they actually don't own any of the lines or the digital telecommunications or the devices that you use them to connect to, but they provide that connectivity. And so it goes on, right? We talk about media with Facebook and Google and others. Some of the fastest growing banks actually don't have any money. They just bring lenders and people who want to borrow money together. You have Netflix, Disney Plus. These are all companies that are coming about delivering streaming entertainment over digital platform. So understanding that STEM is really a part of everything that we do today and not just the core technical fields. And let me talk about some of the cool STEM jobs that exist today. A music data journalist, a NASA Curiosity driver, a sports statistician, a Legoland designer, and robotics engineer. These are all types of jobs that rely on STEM disciplines, STEM methods of learning, and STEM skills that the employees develop. And then STEM careers actually pay more than average. So you'd see here, this is a sample in the US, and these are US dollars at an annual level. And you see that computer software engineers, remote sensing tech scientists, biomechanical engineers, biochemists, a lot of these STEM type jobs are significantly paid higher than the US mean, which is, as you can see, is somewhere closer to about $40,000. And then obviously higher than the minimum wage. So it tells you that these types of careers, and I'm pretty sure, not that we've done any studies, but I'm pretty sure this is mirrored in Trinidad and Tobago, the Caribbean market as a whole, because those are the types of jobs. When I talk to the clients that we work with, they are always looking for technical skills, and those are the jobs that are paid higher because they're in greater demand. But let's talk a little bit about the underlying skills for these STEM careers. So certainly if you're going to be an engineer, whether it's a bioengineer or civil engineer, you need engineering skills, and that you develop. But as you go through your career, I have an uncle, for example, who started off as an engineer and he ended up being a medical doctor. I know medical practitioners who end up being business people. And the important thing for that is not just the technical disciplines that you learn as you go through, whether Hi, Raj, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're back.
Okay. I'm not sure where it dropped. Can you let me know? Can you see my screen now?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I was saying that, apart from the disciplines that you would learn, particular skills, particular industries and particular jobs and particular careers, you also have to have a broad set of skills, underlying skills that can apply to many different jobs, industries, careers. So I talked about analytical thinking and innovation, active learning, complex problem solving, critical thinking and analysis, creativity, originality, and initiative, leadership and social influence. And when I say social influence, we don't mean social media, but meaning how can you work with people in an organization, stakeholders outside of your organization to be able to influence, trying to get things completed. Technology use, being able to use technology, technology design and programming, resilience, stress tolerance, and flexibility, and reasoning, problem solving, and ideation. So again, these are the top 10 skills that employers see as key for new employees. I wanted to share with you as we talk about skills and skill development, and many of you are in a formal education program in school, high school, or some sort of formal education program. But there are many online tools and online resources available to you. You, of course, would know about Khan Academy. Many universities offer courses and certifications online, and many of them are free. And I wanted to share with you another program that IBM offers called Skills Build. You just go to skillsbuild.org and you sign in, and you can go on to resources for learners, and you can go into all different courses, technical courses like blockchain, like programming, but also what we call soft skills. So things like leadership, presentation skills, collaboration, all of those things. And most importantly, for many of the courses, if you complete a series of courses, you actually get digital badges. And those you can take to employers, you can add them to your resume, and you can use that as you develop not just completing your formal education, but as you continue on in your careers and you want to learn a new type of skill, here's one opportunity for you to do that. And I would encourage you to also share this with your teachers as well, because there's a whole group of resources for educators where they themselves can actually use courses to teach in the classroom, either virtually or in person. So I would encourage you to go to skillsbuild.org and learn more about what's available, all for free. So remember that STEM is part of every job, and it's important that you keep your options open and you really find out what is your passion, because working in a job that you're passionate about makes you feel that you're not in a job, you're not working, you're actually doing something you enjoy and you're getting paid for it, and you can contribute to the community. So with that, I would like to hand it back over to the moderator, and I would really open the floor up for any questions if anyone has.
You're through, Mr. Akwi?
Yes, I'm
okay,
done.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simon Akwi, IBM Trinidad and Tobago, for gracing us with your presence and sharing with the girls and boys throughout the Caribbean, that very fascinating, issue of careers in technology and ICT that's available in the region. Thank you for giving us of your time here today.
You're welcome. Most welcome.
Magloire, who is the Caribbean Union Conference Education Director. Ms. Magloire oversees the Seventh-day Adventist schools across the Caribbean. She holds a Doctor of Philosophy degree in Education Administration, and she has dedicated her life to creating opportunities for students to thrive and develop a growth mindset. Two very important and key things that our students need. So Dr. Daphne Magloire, we welcome you to Girls in ICT and the boys who support them. Please make your presentation now.
Okay, good afternoon to everyone.
Good afternoon.
It is certainly an honor to speak to you today at this Girls in ICT and the Boys Who Support Them conference. We are gathered here to celebrate girls and boys who support them and to inspire you, students, to embrace technology as a career path. In today's world, technology is playing an increasingly important role in our daily lives, from social media to e-commerce, from smartphones to the internet. Therefore, it is critical for young women to be part of this industry. Today, I want to talk to you about something that is very close to my heart: the importance of a growth mindset in technology for girls. The field of technology is rapidly evolving, and it is crucial for us to keep pace with the changes to stay relevant and competitive. But to do so, we need to embrace a growth mindset. I want to share with you a PowerPoint. So just give me 1 minute there, please. Sorry about that. Okay, so you may ask, what is a growth mindset? Now, a growth mindset is the belief that you have the ability and the intelligence is a belief that our abilities and our intelligences can be developed through hard work, perseverance, dedication, the right strategies, and the guidance from others. So to have a growth mindset, it's important to adjust your belief system and to know that you can work hard if you persevere and you are resilient, if you are dedicated, if you use the right strategies with the proper guidance from other people who are very significant, you will develop a growth mindset. Now, a growth mindset thinks positively, thinks about progress. And because one thinks positively and one wants to progress, he or she will do everything that is required to attain that level of success. I must also note that a growth mindset is not necessarily an innate ability or talent. It is basically the decision to overcome the odds and to succeed at anything that one so desires. Now, as we think about success, this may be very strange to you, but we have to also learn to embrace failures, because failures have a part in success. We are taught, or we grew up with the mindset that no one should fail. Everyone should always be successful at what he or she does. But as we approach technology, there will be opportunities to fail and to learn from the failures, because you are going out to explore, to reach new horizons, to try things you've never tried before. And so there has to be a little space to accommodate failure. And I will tell you why you need to also think about failure, because it's not that I'm telling you to be negative in your thinking. We need to be positive all the time, But it is interesting that failure teaches us important lessons. And I don't want you to attempt new things. And if for some reason you fail, you want to just give up on life and lose the dreams that you have for yourself. Because failure provides opportunities to learn and to grow. When we fail, it's not the end of the world. If Thomas Jefferson had thought about stopping when he failed, today we would not have the light bulb. And so it's important to keep learning from the opportunities that we have when failure may come our way. Now, 90% of those who fail are not defeated. They simply quit. So when you quit, you do not have the opportunity to try again and to see what could come out of your trial. So if you feel defeated and you quit, it means that you are losing many opportunities in life that you could really benefit from. I want to also let you know that failure sometimes provides us with life's biggest learning opportunities. So in your quest to discover, to use the technology and to go out there and explore what is there for us, there will be times you will fail, but learn from your failures. And as you learn, you develop new ways of doing things. Thomas Jefferson said he did not really fail. He just used new ways of doing something. The other thing we have to understand is that a successful person must embrace failure as an integral part of success. And failure is not an end, but it's the beginning of new learning opportunities. So, girls and boys who support girls, as you endeavor to embrace the technology, if you have any failure, remember, failure is not the end of your goal. Now, how do you overcome failure? You have to recognize, first of all, that failure is not final unless you make it final. How you see failure is an attitude, is a function of your attitude. So except you see failure as final, failure is never final. If, for example, in your quest to develop things, you recognize that you have failed, reflect on what went wrong and do it differently. You see, in life, we always talk about it. It's sometimes, as an educator, you may say, why am I talking about failure? But failure is real. And many of us, we become a wreck because we were never really taught the benefits of failure. But yes, everyone should strive to succeed, but there are times when there will be failure. So do not get me wrong. When you have any failure in your attempts, recognize your weakness. You may fail because there was a particular weakness in the whole process. You need to readjust your efforts. You cannot overcome failure by repeating the same flawed process. And so we usually hear, if you keep doing the same thing the same way, it's a sign of insanity. And so it's important to readjust your efforts, to do something a little differently as you attempt to overcome the first failure. And when you have strategized adequately, re-enter the game. If you do not re-enter the game, you will never have the opportunity to succeed. So remember, re-enter the game. Anytime you strategize and you realize how things are going, you realize your weaknesses, you want to overcome them, you have a strategy, and you re-enter the game. So always remember, failure is not final. Now, another thing we need to recognize as we seek to have a growth mindset is to challenge yourself. challenge yourself to go beyond the things you did in the past. It is very boring to keep doing the same thing every day, every month, every year. And even as adults, challenging ourselves gives us new energy. Sometimes people get burned out on the job because they do not challenge themselves to do things they never did before. So you will learn about coding, you will learn about different aspects of technology. The people who have new discoveries are those who challenge themselves, those who go beyond their expectations, those who go beyond people's expectations, those who spend time navigating and discovering things. So challenge yourself, go beyond the ordinary. Sometimes hard times may stimulate the growth process. So you may reach a dead end and it gives you the energy to discover something new when you are faced with energy, with challenges. But challenges are a part of life. I want you never to give up as you challenge yourself to places you've never been before. And be ambitious. Set goals that will drive and push you. Do not just set goals for things you know you can achieve with your natural abilities. It's always good to go beyond the things that you have planned for yourself. And do not be afraid to go outside of your comfort zone. Some of us are very comfortable in particular situations, but if new situations arise, we want to run out because we want things to happen the way we always experience it. But do not be afraid to take on projects that are outside of your comfort zone. This is how you're going to learn. This is how you will navigate the platforms that we have all around the world and emerge with a new product that will make you very proud of your ability. Now, the second C in trying to develop a growth mindset is to collaborate. We have a very selfish world where everyone wants to do things in his or her time and for his or her own glory. However, working with others allows us to learn from their experiences and perspectives, and it also helps us to develop teamwork and communication skills. So it's important as you shape your direction, as you explore the world of technology, that you collaborate with others. It could be with your teacher, and it can be with other persons at church, it could be with your classmates, but find positive people, not those who will kill your dreams. There are some dream killers among us. They always tell you this cannot be done. Why do you want to achieve this? Why do you want to change the status quo? Things are okay. So what is the need of all that hard work? We call them dream killers. And so as you collaborate, do not associate yourself with dream killers, because many bright people have lost their vision because they spoke to the wrong people. So find persons who are positive, listen to adults as they speak, look for opportunities, because we cannot always go through life alone and achieve the goals we want for ourselves. There needs to be collaborative effort, and we can learn from each other as we go along. The next C I want to talk to you about is curiosity. You need to ask questions, seek out new information, and be open to new ideas. A growth mindset is all about learning and being eager to learn. And so this young man in our picture on the right, he is looking beyond. He realizes there may be something behind this fence. And so he did everything he could do until he got to the position where he was tall enough to see beyond the fence. And so our curiosity should lead us to take steps to attain the goal that we want for ourselves. So I'm not really talking about the literal books, but think about it. We need to place books. We need to place blocks. We need to place whatever it is. We need to place our priorities. We need to place even people and how we spend our time so we can attain the new information that is out there to us. There is so much information available. It is mind-blowing. But if we just sit and expect information to get to us, we will be left out. And therefore, ask questions, seek information, and be open to all the new ideas that will come your way. And finally, let's just go over the 4 points that we brought out this afternoon. We talked about failure. Do not be afraid of failure. Use failure to get new opportunities. It is only the people who quit who are really defeated. Except you quit, you are not defeated. I asked you to try to challenge yourself. Very, very important. Collaborate with people who are not dream killers. Be curious, ask questions, seek information, be open to new ideas. A person who is going to develop a growth mindset must always be an eager learner. So a growth mindset is important for success in technology. And it is particularly important for young girls who are just starting off. By embracing failure, challenging ourselves, collaborating, and being curious, we can develop a growth mindset that will help us to be competitive and successful in the rapidly evolving field of technology. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope you remember a few things from this presentation that will help you to develop a growth mindset. I thank you very much for the opportunity of presenting.
Thank you so much, Dr. Magloire. This was an excellent presentation. I am certain that every young person who took in what you were sharing here this evening, they would have gotten so much wisdom from what you shared. It is a space where this space allowed them to get that opportunity to learn about not giving up, not quitting. The fact that really and truly failure is an opportunity to learn. You hear people talking about failing forward. That's what we want our young people to learn how to do. Fail forward, so that every time you fail, you learn the lesson and you move into the next opportunity that it opens up to you. So Dr. Magloire, thank you so much for sharing. There's just one little thing that I want you to wrap up with. Could you connect for them the way in which this growth mindset adds to resilience? And then we will close off. Yeah.
Okay, a resilient person does not quit. A resilient person faces a challenge and tells his or herself, this is not the end of the world. And so a person with a growth mindset understands that it's only through hard work, determined efforts that he or she can get over the challenges of life. And so in the quest to be involved in the technology, we will recognize with a growth mindset that everything can be achieved under God through hard work and determined effort. And this is how we build resilience to meet the challenges of life. And so no one quits because we understand our focus in life.
Thank you again, Dr. Magloire, and we close off on those excellent pieces of advice. and we turn you back over to the next session. Thank you again, Dr. McGraw.
You're most welcome. It was a privilege to present this afternoon.
Mr. Hunt, whenever you're ready.
Okay. A pleasant good afternoon to the Caribbean girls in ICT and boys who support them, and their teachers, parents, members of the public, and educators. A pleasant good afternoon to you. This evening, we have the privilege of introducing to you Miss Sherry Macmillan, an Executive Officer of the Corporate Communications, Trinidad and Tobago, with over 40 years experience of marketing, corporate communications, and branding across several industries, including social insurance, construction, and telecommunications and broadcasting sector. She also has an MBA of a Henley Business School. We are very happy to have her take some time out of a very, very busy schedule to be with us this evening and to give us a presentation. At this time, I invite her, Miss Sherry Macmillan, to give us her presentation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm having the techno challenge of there I am, of not seeing myself. I'm seeing my screen. But I wanted to take you through this afternoon. Are you seeing me or are you seeing my backdrop? Are you seeing my screen?
We're seeing you. We're seeing you.
Just me. Wonderful.
And your backdrop, yes.
No, are you seeing my desktop?
No, we're seeing you.
All right, great. I wanted to take young persons today through about 35 years of my ICT life. And it's not going to be the traditional discussion about being an IT tech or a systems analyst or anything like that. I want to talk today about how technology helps you do your job and do it well. So I'm going to take young persons today rollerblading through my 35 plus years in ICT. I started working back in 1984, and that's why they're talking about 40 years or so. I started working in 1984 in corporate communications. In those days, we used to call it public relations. And when I started there, I would have worked in the film unit where we would have been cutting and splicing film to put it together to make a newscast. And then I worked in broadcasting, and we would have been cutting and splicing tapes to work in the broadcast, to send to the radio stations. We would do a press release and we would type it on a typewriter, print it on onto a stencil, and then they would use something called a jet settling machine that you young people will never know what that is. And print roll-off copies of the press release, and then manually drop it to all of the news stations, whether radio, television, print. Those were the old days in 1984. Today, it's not like that. Somewhere along the way, maybe 3 or 4 years into my life as a communications practitioner, we would have gotten the first set of computers in Ministry of Information in the government of Trinidad, for the government of Trinidad and Tobago. And those computers used to have a black screen with a blinking green cursor. We didn't have menus that would allow us to make things italic, have pretty fonts, be able to stick in a picture, anything like that. You had a blinking green cursor and you can type and print it onto a press release. And then you could drop off your press releases by the media houses. And then along the way, we got a new thing called a bulletin board. And that bulletin board allowed us to stay where we were in Ministry of Information. And if I were to describe it anyway, it would have been the early days of an email. So we would have stayed in the office, typed up our press release, got it approved, and then we would put it on this bulletin board and the media houses would have gotten it. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the early days of ICT in communications. In those days, the computer on my desk was huge. It took up half the space. Today, I'm proud to say I have seen computing go from that big box on my desk to this little thing in my hand, my cell phone. I can run my whole office from this cell phone. And that is what ICT has done for us. We have moved from typing manually on a computer to typing on a laptop, not even a PC so much anymore. The pandemic would have weaned us away from desktops and taken us to a stage where we can work anywhere, anytime, get things going, and get our message out there. We would be posting to social media, we would be doing a whole lot of things. But how did I get there? I would have worked through many industries. And ICT has always been the foundation of how I got my job done. So that old computer back in the Ministry of Information days would have allowed me to do my press releases and or media releases, as we call them now, and send them out. And then I switched jobs and went and worked in an engineering firm. And I was talking about beams and butts and struts and building a database with that kind of information. And then we were querying that database to get information that we would plug into formulas that the computer would help us with to calculate. So we will know the strength of the materials, or we would know the structural integrity of the place we were looking at, the buildings that we were looking at. Back in those days, I remember we were doing the National Stadium and the Jean Pierre Complex routine maintenance. And I would have to be coding a whole lot of information on butts and struts and beams and all of that. And then we would be querying that database using something called Access. I don't even think young people know what that is anymore. They know about Power BI. We would have, and then I moved from there. And I have a way of, and I use the expression rollerblading because I never sat still. I always moved from one place to the other, different kinds of industries, because I it's not that I got bored, but I wanted something new and interesting all the time. So I moved from an engineering firm into social insurance. And when I went into social insurance, you'll ask yourself, well, what does technology have to do with that? But I'm doing corporate communications in the National Insurance Board of Trinidad and Tobago, a social insurance company. And people didn't submit their life certificates, and I don't know who didn't submit their life certificates. And I need to find out how. And I would use ICT to run an SQL query on the database to know which areas of Trinidad and Tobago had the least submissions of life certificates. And then I would target my message to those areas, publish in newspapers that reach there, or radio stations or television stations that are niched to there, and community magazines and that kind of thing. It helped me develop my message for my particular target group, and then which medium to use. Because we all know that the medium is the message when you're sending out a communication, a piece of communication. And once again, ICT was the backbone of what I was doing. Along the way, I would have done work with Caribbean Telecommunications Union. Well, in those days, we used to call it CARICOM Telecommunications Union. And because I'm a little girl, I'm not so old. I'm closer to the retirement. So I would have known those places when they had their original name. So I used to work at consult with CARICOM Telecommunications Union. And back in those days, I would have helped them organize seminars and workshops for things like disaster recovery and preparing for natural disasters like hurricanes and so on up the islands and so on. And for those things, telecommunication systems, ICTs, broadcasting, all of those would have been the mainstay of how I got my job done. And I'm saying all of this because I want young people to recognize that not because we say ICT, we feel that you must, and I have alarms that go off, I'm sorry about that. I thought I put it on airplane mode and everything will stop. When we talk about ICTs, we are talking about, we feel that we are talking about hardcore IT jobs and all of that. But I want you to know that all jobs carry an element of ICT. And that's why I'm taking you through a path of where I worked, when I worked, how I did my job. Because you have ICTs help us get the job done. And I am one of those who liked, when I used to roller skate and rollerblade, I would like to do the little tips and tricks. And so I would do something called a Marchio grind. Do you know what a Marchio grind is? A Marchio grind is when you're skating along and then you do a jump and you land up on that, the edge of the curb, that narrow curb, and you're following the curb, or you end up on the railing that takes you down the stairs, and you have to stay on that pipe to get where you're going. And so you jump on, you stoop, you get into position, you're skating, and then you give a slight raise if you need to turn and shift your position. And because I never sat still, I would have turned and shifted my position along the way. And I would have moved into doing work with a company called Education Facilities Company Limited. And you'd want to know why I am talking facilities, because we were building and repairing schools, and what has construction got to do with technology? Well, I'll tell you two things that had to do with technology. While I was working there and I had all of these new construction schools, I was the program manager, and I had all these new construction schools to treat with. And then I had all of these repair schools, even more schools getting repaired during the vacations. I had to figure out a way to keep on top of all of those jobs at the same time. And so I advocated for and got put in place enterprise-wide program management software that allowed project managers to update their information and allowed me to see and know what was going on, or the relative status of any project at any time. Once again, ICTs being the mainstay of getting my job done. After that, I did another Mark You flip. I would have done something called a free, it's another kind of grind, but I would have ended up right back in telecommunications and broadcasting at the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. So I'm back in telecommunications and broadcasting. And, you would think, well, nobody knows what Telecommunications Authority really does. And so we spent a lot of time talking to people about what we do. So yes, we did also consumer complaints and all of that. But we've done a number of things to help cause young people to learn about ICT and gain ICT skills and so on along the way. We would have done workshops on coding. And I had just got here, we used to do coding because coding was new and we wanted the students to learn about that. We would teach them to build a website. One year we taught them how to build a Raspberry Pi device, like a Alexa kind of device. We've done how to build an e-commerce website using Shopify one year. And then the following year, we took you through how to build your personal brand online. This year, we're going to be doing another workshop, and I would love to share with you, if I could only manage to find my share screen and get to the screen I would like to share with you about the workshop that we're going to be doing this year. This year, we're going to be doing a Tech for Girls workshop about building your online store. And that's going to be on Saturday, the 29th of April, 2003, from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. We're inviting you to register. We still have a little bit of space, not a whole lot of space because we've been advertising, but those of you who would want to join us, you can do that. This workshop is being held in collaboration, and we've been working with these people over the last couple of years for Girls in ICT, the Ministry of Digital Transformation, Canto, GSMA, who's part of this project, Equals, Verizon, and RIC. I'm missing somebody in the middle there. Tobago Information Technology Limited, and RIC, who's doing this workshop. And it's for anyone 18 years and over. If you're under 18, of course, your parents will have to give you some parental consent. But that is, it's going to be exciting on Saturday, and we would want you to join us because it's a nice workshop. It's going to teach you how to build your online store. And for girls in Trinidad and Tobago, we have 50 prizes. We're going to run a little competition to see who's built the best website. And then we're using Big Cartel, so it's no coding required. And we're going to look at what the girls would have built. We have some people to judge that. And the 50 best websites are going to get a free 1-year subscription to Big Cartel, so you can start selling immediately. Another thing we'll be doing in the near future, which is next month on the 17th of May, would be we're having an art competition. If I could only put my hands on the art competition. And that art competition is for World Telecommunications and Information Societies Day. And, they give me all of these things to use and make me look like a techno ancient. There it is. And it's going to be for persons 0 to 60 years. And it's going to allow you to do an art competition, do a piece of art, whether it is print art or digital art. And you realize we have categories all the way to 60 and over. And you can come in and register on our website, and you can join us in that art competition. It's going to be launched on the 17th of next month. And we invite you to take part. Ladies and gentlemen, if I have to say one thing before I leave, and I'm speaking as a person who works for the regulator of telecommunications and broadcasting in Trinidad and Tobago, I want to say that telecommunications, broadcasting, ICTs are all part of our daily lives. If the pandemic taught us anything, it taught us that we need to embrace technology. We need to embrace ICTs if we are moving forward with getting work done, business done, or anything else. And so I want to encourage you to embrace what you're learning today. Embrace it, use it as you go forward. This is your time. We are in the 4th industrial age, which is the knowledge age. It's about information, and communications. It's about artificial intelligence, where they look at what you do all the time and then they give you things related to what you like and what you know. And you have to look at something else so that you get to see something else, because they'll keep bombarding you with the things that they feel you're interested in. But it is the knowledge age, and we should be ready for that knowledge age. And so today, all of the things you're doing today is about getting you to that point where you are ready for that knowledge age. So ladies and gentlemen, have a great time for the rest of the day. And I'm handing you back to Raj and company for your next speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Macmillan. It's surprising to know that you are a rollerblader, and I know some of the students would be, wow, Miss is a rollerblader. If Miss can do it, then we can all do it. Yes. So thank you very much for sharing with us your life experiences and showing how intertwined ICT is with the different employment opportunities that are out there. It's really hard to believe that someone of your caliber had all these experiences in all these different employment areas. And so we thank you for encouraging, for motivating, for inspiring the young girls in ICT and the boys who support them to know that, hey, you can do it too. If you embrace ICT, the sky is the limit. So thank you again very much for taking time out of your very busy schedule to share these experiences with us and to encourage us. We thank you very much.
You're welcome, always welcome.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We are delighted to have with us this evening Ms. Teresa Wankin. Ms. Teresa Wankin is no stranger to this activity, and she is going to give a brief introduction of herself before she begins her presentation this evening. So it is just a wonderful opportunity to be able to introduce her to this activity today. So Ms. Wankin.
Thank you, Dominic, and happy Girls in ICT Day 2023 to all. My name is Teresa Wankin, and I'm the Secretary General of CANTO. And I would just share warm greetings and welcome with you today as we celebrate Girls in ICT Day. So a very, very warm welcome to our Caribbean girls and boys who are joining us and the global community of students to focus on digital skills for life. Today, for the first time, we have Caribbean students from 13 countries joining the global community. And this highlights the power of collaboration with all stakeholders. And I would like to welcome the 13 countries individually: Antigua, Anguilla, the Bahamas, Barbados, the British Virgin Islands, Dominica, Grenada, Guyana, Jamaica, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Suriname, and my home country, Trinidad and Tobago. It is my hope that this event will stimulate you to take a broader interest in information and communication technologies and explore it as a career of choice. Digital skills is critical to our growth as a region. It is also critical to your own personal development, and it also holds the power to help us bridge the digital divide and close the gender gap. In my role as Secretary General of CANTO, I get to experience firsthand how technology can change lives and provide opportunities and a brighter future for all, no matter where you live, what school you attend, or what your dreams and aspirations are. ICT has played a critical role in my own personal journey. I grew up in a rural community of Cedros in a very humble environment, and shout out all the students from the Cedros RSC Club this afternoon. My parents were farmers, and I was always in a humble environment. I, as a young girl, was always hungry for success. I had no idea at the time what success meant or what it looked like and where the opportunities are. And it was not until my mid-20s was I introduced to ICT, not as a career, as just a tool that will help us work better. I was working at the time in the Ministry of Education, playing around with personal computers and different applications at the time. Needless to say, I got super excited and decided to change careers. And that's how I am sitting in this chair today. I'm sharing this to let you know that it does not matter where you come from or what point you are at present. What's your starting point? What is important is that you make the decision to explore ICT, as it is the only discipline that creates unlimited opportunities and that crosses every other industry. It doesn't matter if you're in e-health, education, agriculture, there is an ICT component for you in each industry. In a world that is constantly changing, the only constant is change, and technology will continue to influence how we live our lives, and a career in ICT will ensure that you're resilient and employable as this change occurs. It is up to you to adapt to this change. And part of this change is using platforms like these to identify the opportunities, motivate your entrepreneurial spirit and creativity, and encourage you to pursue careers in STEM or STEAM, as we call it. My hope is that you take what you have learned from this workshop today and use it as a tool for your own personal development. This will contribute to developing ICT skills in your respective countries. I also urge you to take some time and pay attention to the partners that are making this possible today. The CARICOM Secretariat, Restore a Sense of ICANN, Verizon, GSMA and Equals, the Ministries of Public Administrations, the Ministries of Education in your respective countries, and of course, corporate sponsors like the telecommunication companies in each of your countries. In Trinidad and Tobago, Telecommunication Services of Trinidad and Tobago, Digicel and Flow, and of course, Canto. Please engage with us online as you research opportunities available to you and some of the projects and programs that you can participate in. And lastly, to you young girls and boys, I want to thank you for your participation. This activity today signals your intention to use ICT in a meaningful way to chart your own destiny and conquer the world. I also want to take this opportunity to share Saturday's edition, which will focus on a more country-specific focus, building an e-commerce website. And it is my hope that Raj or Judith will share with you how to get on those programs on Saturday, thereby equipping you with further information and technology and tools to help you and to equip you for life. I want to take this opportunity now to thank you and for allowing me to share this time with you today. I hope that you can consider changing your careers if you're not already in a career in ICT, or if you have a career that you feel you want to pursue, continue to pursue. Look for an ICT component, look for the technology component, and research it and use it as a tool to help you in whichever industry or discipline you may choose. Thank you so much. Back to you, Dominic.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Wankin. We want to take this opportunity to honor you for the ways in which you have contributed to the development of the Caribbean. And we are doing that deliberately because we want to remind our daughters, our girls, our young ladies across the region that a lot is possible. And as you shared, you came from humble backgrounds. You had an interest in ICT at an early age, but where you came from did not inhibit you from achieving those accolades that you have achieved over the years. Certainly being Secretary General of Canto is a very significant regional position, and you have the opportunity to influence the lives of persons across the Caribbean. So we honor you, we thank you, we hold you up as an inspiration to our daughters and to our girls across the region. And we want to remind them that everything is possible. And if they have any interest in ICT, we want to encourage them to pursue that because they can accomplish great things the way you have and other outstanding Caribbean women have done for the region. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dominic. Thank you, girls.
And we are back. Good afternoon, everyone. The goodness just keeps flowing. I am very pleased to have been asked to introduce the next speaker, and he is none other than the Honorable Michelle, who is a prominent figure in Cayo North, Belize. Mr. Shabbat's background is in law, having earned a Bachelor of Law with honors. He has served on a number of boards as president and also as president of the Bar Association. He was elected as the area representative for Cayo North in November 2020 and was assigned the role to the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Since 2022, he has been heading the Ministry of Public Utilities, Energy, Logistics, and E-Governance, enacting new policies and legislations, including the Digital Government Bill. And so, sir, we welcome you today, and we would love to hear about the Belizean experience, and we thank you for coming on to share it with us. Welcome.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. Colleagues, online viewers, girls and boys, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is a great honor to address you as we celebrate Girls in ICT 2023 under the theme Caribbean Girls in ICT and Boys Who Support Them. Today, we recognize the girls who have pushed the barriers within the world of technology and challenged societal beliefs that question girls' ability to succeed in this field. Globally and regionally, the digital gender gap remains a challenge, including in Belize. My ministry is committed to contributing towards making this evolving field more accessible and inclusive to girls by empowering more girls across the country with the knowledge and capacity to participate in the ICT space. Consequently, I'm happy to be addressing you today through this forum, which provides an opportunity to learn from girls trailblazing in the ICT field who have persevered and excelled in their work, from robotics to coding and digital art. To the girls participating today, we commend your openness and willingness to participate in the conversation in improving opportunities for girls in ICT, and to the boys who have been supporting them to continue doing so, recognizing that we all deserve the support and the equal opportunities required to excel regardless of gender. I truly hope that from today's event, more girls in Belize and the wider Caribbean will become girls in tech. In addition to celebrating the accomplishments of girls in ICT, we also recognize the persistent obstacles in our communities that hinder girls from advancing within the technology field. In Belize, we launched the Digital Skills for Live video competition, which provided a platform for girls to share the challenges preventing them from building digital skills and providing solutions to these issues. Through this engagement, we have gathered insightful information on the barriers we need to tackle to ensure that girls have the necessary tools and opportunities to access and pursue ICT. As my ministry continues to push the digital transformation of Belize, we recognize the importance of ensuring that the process is inclusive and that benefits are shared equitably. Rest assured that we are continuously seeking and creating new opportunities for girls and all groups of society to learn, grow, and to thrive in a digital society. In closing, I would like to thank everyone who has joined us today. Your presence is a testament to our collective vision to foster a region that creates equal opportunities and access to the ICT field. I encourage all girls and boys to pursue their passion for ICT and to learn, share, and collaborate with one another. Happy Girls in ICT Day. Thank you.
And thank you, sir, for that introductory message there of support and for sharing what has been happening in the Belizean space. Could I ask you to give us just a bit more information in terms of what were the barriers that were identified through that project that you did with the Digital Skills for Life video competition? What were the barriers that the young ladies themselves identified?
Yes, I think the most important one was access, having access to the opportunities to be able to enter into this field. A lot of girls who actually contributed to that program felt that they did not have the equal opportunity to be able to enter into this field. And so it has become important for us to be able to provide particularly centers to which girls can access this information. And one of the premier things we're doing in Belize is we have started to launch across the country digital connect centers, especially in rural areas, with the intention of teaching ICT and giving this access that the kids want. We feel that through these centers, kids, especially the young ladies in the rural communities, will be able to access the technology and the education necessary for them to be able to participate meaningfully in ICT.
That sounds excellent. And how does it filter into the school system, this whole project of giving them access? Yeah.
Right. So many of the kids who participated did come from the high schools, some of the prominent high schools in the country. And so what we are also trying to do is to provide opportunities and scholarships for them so that they can branch out into this area.
Okay, excellent. Could you share a little bit more in terms of you're looking at, you talked about a conversation that you would like to start. Is it that your ministry has gone out into like town meetings and that kind of thing to build that level of dialogue with the communities, or what kind of process has taken place?
It is actually being done through the primary schools and high schools. That is the first point of connection for us. And through these digital connect centers that I mentioned earlier, we're conducting programs, teaching programs within these centers, so that the kids in the rural areas could also have access.
Okay. Could I ask how educators have accepted or dealt with this program that has been run, in terms of have they been consulted? Are they a part of the process? Are they teaching in the centers, for instance? What's taking place?
Yes, they certainly are an integral part of the process. I think part of the challenge is to have our educators first and foremost recognize the importance of this field, and for them to play that role to encourage kids to participate in ICT areas. And so they have played an important part of this program with us.
Okay. And what about the administrators? Teachers, of course, on board. What about the administrators? What has been their role in the process?
Support, really, supporting these programs within their institutions. Generally, we have had a broad acceptance of it. I think throughout the Caribbean, we are moving towards transforming our societies to become more digital societies. Yes. And so that starting at the educational level, the primary and the secondary level, has been really critical to get our young people especially to understand the importance of this transformation and to begin to participate in it. And so this transcends, your target is your students, but it can't be possible unless you have your administrators and your teachers involved and buying into this. And so it has been a collaboration between all stakeholders, really.
Collaboration with all stakeholders, inclusive of parents, sir? How have the parents been involved?
Absolutely.
What particular things have you done with them to let them buy into sending their children off into the centers, engaging in the process of the competitions, etc.?
Right. Well, we have actually been offering classes for parents in this whole digital transformation movement, and so that you find that we all have iPads and we all have smartphones and we all know about Facebook and Instagram and so on. But it goes beyond that, and having parents understand the importance of robotics and coding and so forth is integral. And so, it takes everybody working together to buy into this movement. And clearly, we've been working with the parents and sharing with them how important this area is. And the feedback has been excellent. I am very proud to tell you that in one of our high schools, the students there have actually entered into this robotics competition. And they have done very well. Last year, they won first place, and they continue to do very well. And so, we're very proud of them.
Okay, so whatever you have been doing, it has literally been working because you're seeing the fruit of the labor. That is excellent.
Absolutely.
Yes. Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Another question that I have for you. In terms of the Belizean vision for the input that technology, or how technology is going to drive its economy, what can you share with me in terms of that vision? What is it that Belize sees as the ultimate overall objective of this digital economy?
Yeah, so clearly the digital transformation is priority on this government's agenda. And what we've done is we've started to digitize all of government's processes so that from any terminal, from any laptop, iPhone, you can access government services. And so what we've done is we're aiming to open the country so that wherever you are across the world, you can reach out for government services, you can purchase government services, and it brings the whole, it opens up the country for foreign investment. One of the things that the pandemic taught us is to reinvent ourselves as businesses, and the online shopping and the online services became so important. And so we recognize the need to transform our country. And so we've been moving in that direction.
That is excellent. I believe all Caribbean countries are in that process right now. Earlier, we would have spoken to other members of CARICOM, etc., who are giving you that information as to where we are going and why we are going there. And I'd like to thank you, sir, for being a part of this process this evening. I thank you for bringing this other perspective. We are one Caribbean, and we really need to be aware of what is happening in all our spaces, so that at the end of the day, the triumph that we all experience, it is a together thing. It's a shared
Absolutely.
one. That's correct.
Absolutely.
So thank you so much, sir, to you and your team for being with us and for showing that you understand the importance of how girls, supported by our boys, could be a part of that driving force that is taking place within the transformation of our various societies. So thank you again, Honorable Minister.
Thank you as well. I think you are providing a great forum and an important subject. And I thank you for bringing it and making it possible for leaders across the Caribbean to be able to convene and to share experiences. And so I am grateful for the opportunity to have been able to share a few moments with you all and to congratulate you on this great initiative. Thank you so
sir.
very much.
You're most welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, students across the region, it's a pleasure to have you join us for this session. We are pleased to have with us today a very special lady, is Penny Gomez. She is the CEO of Digicel Foundation, and we are excited to hear what she's going to bring to the conversation today. You young ladies who are part of this conversation, I want you to take note that it doesn't matter where you come from, that you have the potential to succeed in the area of ICT. And I'm sure Ms. Gomez is going to be an inspiration for you and for the entire listening audience. So Ms. Gomez.
Thank you so very much for having me. Good afternoon to everyone, particularly the boys and girls who are in attendance. You know, it's amazing. I think you may have seen my script and what I'm going to say. You took away some of it already, but but I'm really just here to tell you a story. It's a story, a little bit about my career, and a little bit about what I do. And you will see that it's intertwined. So I'm going to share some slides. Let me just get it up. Tell me if you are are you seeing it?
Not as yet.
Not as yet? Okay, let me just share my screen and go to, right. And you should be seeing it now. Let me just go to slideshow. Let me just go to slideshow. Right, there we go. So already I've been introduced as the CEO of the Digicel Foundation, and that is all very true. And I wish I could say it was a journey that magically happened, just landed me there, but it certainly hasn't. And for all of you who are tuning in to me, Mr. Jeremiah was absolutely right. It starts with a dream, it starts with a vision, and it continues with determination. So you'll hear a bit as I talk about my story and how that fits into what I've done over the years. So you see here, I'm CEO of Digicel Foundation, and you see something that says digital citizenship, because the Digicel Foundation that started in 2012, we have a mantra, and our mantra is to create a world where no one gets left behind. And there's 3 pillars that we work under. Special needs, those are special needs, and anything that concerns them, community development, and digital citizenship. And we've done a lot of work in Trinidad and Tobago, and we've just invested in projects just about 6.5 US million, and it's across Trinidad and Tobago, as you will see there. So that's a footprint. And this is our board. If you notice, they're mainly ladies. We have 3 men on the board. So ladies, you know, so much potential there. And I spoke about special needs, what we do there. And this is where the story starts. And you see this Masters of Prep launch of our first VR game. When I got into the foundation, and it is not just a foundation, for those of you who know a little bit about what we call charity work, working as a foundation, it's very different when it's a corporate NGO and you call something a foundation, because then it becomes a corporate NGO. So you're very aligned to what the business is doing. And for those of you who know Digicel around the region, Digicel is pitched as a digital lifestyle partner. So we're not just an ordinary NGO that would just probably give out hampers, even though of course that's also great and necessary, but we're a foundation that looks at solving systemic problems. So it's a problem that has been more or less entrenched in society for a number of years, and we get involved in programs that would help break that cycle. So it was very exciting for me. If in fact we are a corporate NGO, and the corporation is one that deals with digital, we had to start aligning ourselves to that. And we look for programs, to fund programs that have a lot of innovation, and particularly those that have innovation when it comes to ICT and things digital. So we were very pleased that we were the first foundation to do what we call a Masters of Prep, a launch of the first ever VR game for persons with disabilities. Now, this is a great accomplishment because persons with disabilities, and we're talking about students particularly, they can now go into a safe environment, you know, in that VR headspace, and they look at practicing real world skills in a safe environment. So things like the flooding, things like fire, and it's pretty exciting, and I've tried it. And what I've seen very amazingly is that this word is so akin to them. And I always marvel at youth, and you have so much possibility in front of you, because the things that I may find difficult, it's almost very natural for you to catch on very quickly. So while you can, and while your brains are so fresh, it really is something to grab onto right away. So again, here I am working in a foundation, and you would think, well, there's no any opportunity. She's just doing charity work. No, here we are as a foundation, actually found an opportunity to do something really exciting that is digital, and launching our first ever VR game. And then this is something else that we wanted to do. You all, I'm sure all of you, almost all, I think I can put my head on a block and say that you probably all have your cell phones. Most of you have cell phones, whether it's a 3G or 4G or 5G and LTE enabled. You have your phones, you have your tablets, you have your laptops, you may have desktops, but you have devices. So it was important for us to do a drive. You know, during COVID, when you were home and you were on lockdown and you were bored and you couldn't go to school, we made sure that persons in Trinidad and Tobago, in the special needs community, particularly all those 33 schools, that every single student and teacher had devices, and then we gave them free internet because we understand the potential of being able to go online and giving you access to that. So here we are working in a space where I might not be, and my team behind actually doing programming and coding and so on, but we're still enabling people through that donation of these particular devices. And I think it's because we understand, because we have to use it. So these are key tools for us, particularly for me. When I started off, I knew I wanted to be either a lawyer or a journalist. And to do that, and when you look back at technology and how it evolves, the first thing my parents said to me, one video, they're going to be doing a lot of writing and typing. They sent me to do back in the day what we did. We were using typewriters, which of course evolved to eventually to the desktops with the big backs, and we saw the progression. But I was able then to use the keyboard very quickly because I started off, you know, they sent me to do a typing, to learn to type. So that was so helpful, but I started to use my computer, because once I did become a journalist, I chose journalism over being a lawyer. And once I did become, you know, I went into the field of journalism, I had to type and type very quickly. I also had to write very quickly because you're practically doing shorthand when you're taking notes, when you do interviews. But it became so important for me because I then became a journalist and then became an editor at the newspapers in Barbados. And then it was, for me, it was being able then to file stories very quickly and edit the stories from all the persons reporting into me. So you see that whatever field you get into, you're going to see that you need to have the capabilities, you need to have the access, you need to know to have the wherewithal. So it's not enough to sit on the sideline and say, you know what, I'm going to go into gardening and it doesn't affect me, because tell you what, you need to have your business online because that's where people go. Apart from word of mouth, probably a referral. People are going to search online to see where you are. So if you're not there, how are you getting there? They want to see pictures of landscaping you've done. So whatever field that you use, it's going to be important to have access, to have the wherewithal, and to upskill yourself in that area. Right, so then we decided, you know what? Now everyone has and we also went, apart from the special needs schools, we went into mainstream schools and we gave devices. So then we decided, you know what? It's not going to be enough that they have devices. Now they know they have it. We want them to be able to use it and to be trained. So we then set up, and we started this in our special needs organizations. We have now done 10 innovation labs, and we did this because of our 10th anniversary last year. And in these labs, 4 persons with special needs, they all have VR headsets that they can use. They have assistive devices that they can use. They're interactive. They have their smart boards, their projectors, their smart TVs. They have persons who are going to be training them, IT people. So again, that's an opportunity. If you want to get into IT, you can actually go to those schools and you're teaching persons in that particular field. And there's so many wonderful opportunities. So students have an opportunity, they have an opportunity to upskill themselves so they can be on a level playing field. And then there are opportunities for people who studied IT in that area so that they too can also motivate and inculcate particular trainings in this area for young minds. Right, so continuing with digital citizenship. I'm so happy that we have been a partner with RSC, and they are hosting this workshop today for the development of tech clubs. And I'm sure that Raj, I know this continues with you, but when we met Raj, really our stories, they're aligned, and we knew it was going to be important to get into schools, do these clubs, do areas where we look at cybersecurity, cyberbullying, AI equipment, repair and refurbishment, and community engagement. It was going to be so important, because if we don't grab your attention now and show you how important this is, I think you're going to see that you're going to feel almost cheated when you step into the world of work. So it was important for us here to align with Raj and to do this. Right, and then we furthered that. Some schools, we went a bit further with Cisco Networking Academy, where we did training and skills development programs for secondary school teachers and students. So not only was it important, because you want to know, tell me, you don't agree with me. You don't want to go into a classroom where your teachers, you probably have a little bit more know it all than they do. You want to know if your teachers are really smart when it comes to this. And we know this is a field where you always had to be relevant, where things are forever. Technology is just ever changing. So it was important for us here to partner with the teachers firstly, get them further certified with an arrangement with the University of the West Indies, and then they would impart to the students at their schools. And coupled with that, we went into the mainstream schools, and we did labs for them. We outfitted them with the computer labs and of course the trainer, and we were able to do 11 secondary schools. And I think this is something that certainly we can all be proud of. I hope there's some of you sitting in the audience who probably have benefited from this. Girls Power Tech. I don't know how many of you have done this out of Trinidad and Tobago. This was one of our flagship programs, because it was really like we are doing now with RSC in this room. It is to get our girls and the boys who support them, get you thinking in a certain direction so that you start pursuing a career in ICT. And even if you don't pursue a career in direct ICT, the programming, the coding, etc., that you understand the importance of it to your life and to your lifestyles and your livelihoods. So we did this over for a few years, and we did these were 2-day workshops. We brought in professionals from all over the world, and we would do this workshop, get them into virtual reality rooms, have booths where people would come and do the demonstrations and show them the possibilities. And we would stage these really cool competitions. And I tell you, I wish I had this back in my time, because we saw the excitement. We saw people really mixing and getting to know each other and exposing them to people on the international stage, and recognizing that this thing has so many legs, that you can be here. And if you decide you want to live in another country, that there's so many opportunities in ICT worldwide that you can say, Trinidad, I love you, you're home, but I'm going to go somewhere else and work for a while or just live. And there will be opportunities there for me in this particular area. Caribbean Code Plus. Coding is important because, and for those of you who have done that, we know that it is important, and programming. So we did a coding program, particularly for persons in primary schools with Caribbean Code, We Code Caribbean. And this was important to us because, again, it is when minds are young and fresh, you want to start them thinking a particular direction. And this was really successful, both in Tobago and in Trinidad. 24 schools participated, and we're going to be doing it again this year. Good. So all of us have a mother and a father, and you know what? We want them to also be on par with ICT. We do. So we've been going around and doing what we call our technology education centers. For persons, therefore, who may not have devices, who do not have internet, we are setting these centers up around the country where you can go and you can have access to devices and to internet in a very safe environment. And there will be people there who are also trained in ICT, who will be able to impart knowledge and help you along. So it's everything from doing your homework, doing your research, doing business, and just, if you decide you just want to go and play games in the center, then that is also fine. So you can look for our Digital Foundation TIE centers across Trinidad and Tobago. And that is essentially for me. I'm going to stop sharing now and just talk to you a little bit more. about my progress. And it is important, I said, to have a dream and to have a dream and to build on that dream and to be determined. I did not come from a rich family that had money to burn. I knew that I had to make my own way, but what I did have was determination. I was determined to pay attention in school, not all the time, granted, but I was determined that I would make the best of opportunities that were presented to me. I felt when I looked at it, even as a child, that, you know what, I knew that there were children who were denied access to education, who were denied so many of the things that we take for granted around the region. And I felt it was going to be important to me. It was important to me to make sure that I took full advantage of that. And as I progressed, as I decided I was going to be a journalist, and I told you already about being an editor and leaving the newspapers, that field, a journalism field, then to go into communications, which is another field of mass communications, and to go into that and recognizing that even there, going into public relations, I definitely also needed the tools of being familiar with all things digital. So my phone, my laptop became very important to me. Knowing what was happening and being able to navigate, for instance, digital media was so important to my craft, because I couldn't just go and advise my my bosses on, hey, people are saying things about you, but I don't know what they're saying because I don't even know how to get on Instagram or Facebook or anything like that. And just making sure that I was aware of digital media, what were developments there, as we moved along. When did Facebook become something that probably the older people gravitated to? And knowing your markets of Instagram and the Snapchat and all the other things that people use, a Ramble, all of those things. So that was important. So to keep abreast. So it goes hand in hand, the software, the hardware, all the apps and everything. So it's important even in a personal space, because we know, for instance, that now, rather than having to put on your shoes and dress up and go to shop, even though that's just to school, you can just stay at home and do it. You can order your favorite foods, but suppose you don't know how to do it. So I'm trying to show you that in everything that you do, your life is affected by something digital, ICT. So it is important, even if you're not going to be working in the field, that you understand how to use it, which is certainly what I have found. And here I am now working in a corporate NGO that is a digital lifestyle partner, and being able then to bring all those things to bear. All those things to bear. Had I not been akin to understanding digital media and not being, for instance, on my Microsoft Office suite, and not being able to navigate the web, I would probably be out of a job, because I don't know if you realize a lot of times now, and you probably will learn this, when you go and you see something, when it asks you for, this is the criteria, this is what the job requires, the job specs, they tend to say, we want someone who is actually familiar with using a computer, who has an understanding of probably Microsoft Excel or whatever it is, but it tends to be something that is digital related, because you can't get away from it anymore. So I hope that with all your dreams, that you dream big, because people thought I was crazy when I was a youngster, and I said, no, I know that I'm going to make a difference in this world. I'm going to be someone who is important to other people. I'm making a change, and I am living it today, because here I am being given money by Digital Foundation to do good for people, to make a difference in communities, and having the skills that I really set my mind to acquiring over the years. So dream big, dream crazy, be determined with it, and ensure that you have the skills, the IT, the digital, the awareness, the access, and the skill set to get you to that next level, and to give you an added advantage when an employer looks at your CV, or if you decide to be an entrepreneur, that you know that it is important to have the access and to also be equipped in this area. So I hope that that was very useful to you. I hope I didn't go over my time, but I really hope that I was able to really reach someone today.
Ms. Gomez, we have heard you. We have heard your story.
Yes.
What an incredible story. I am inspired because you have caused so many things to happen. And I'm sure our girls, our daughters, women across the Caribbean are inspired. The region is extremely grateful to your initiative via the Digicel Foundation for creating the enabling environment for students to get involved in ICT. And I noticed that you included every category.
That's right.
Those who are challenged, boys and girls, to get involved in ICT. I am inspired. I mean, I'm going to make sure that my daughters get to see your presentation because I would want them to be inspired by your story. So as a woman, you are an inspiration to our youth, especially to our girls, and for all the young ladies who are listening. Please, please, please take a page from this story, because I think a lot depends on you young ladies, the contribution that you have to make to the development of the region. So thank you, Ms. Gomez.
Thank you so very much for having me.
You have demonstrated that the possibilities are endless.
Yes.
And we certainly appreciate your contribution.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
As one of the 14 Basel Convention regional centers located around the world, the BCRC Caribbean is committed to serving its 14 member countries in ensuring that they meet the obligations under the multilateral environmental agreements that deal with waste and chemicals management. These conventions include the Basel, Rotterdam, Stockholm, and Minamata conventions. Come and meet the team. Bye, guys. In addition, addressing the improper management of chemicals and waste that have the potential to cause harm to the environment and human health is facilitated through the execution of our projects. Since the establishment of the Center in 2008, we have worked with our stakeholders in addressing issues on the management of persistent organic pollutants and mercury in the Caribbean. Along with regional and international experts in the field, capacity building and dissemination of information has been facilitated by our team through workshops and trainings. In many instances, the countries we serve are better equipped with the knowledge and tools to tackle these regional issues. And for more from the BCRC Caribbean. This program is quite complex as the Caribbean has the benefit of 4 projects in 12 of the 15 countries that the BCRC Caribbean serves. And we see this project as further expanding our role in the region and becoming a center of excellence for chemicals and waste management.
You need to ensure that your small voice, however tiny, rises up above the challenges and, of course, the other global challenges which come up in our negotiations.
To embed this program into the Just 7 programming directions, and it became one of, as well as the largest of the 3 signature programs of the JEF Chemicals and Waste focal area.
All seeds, however, share a similar development trajectory, all being highly vulnerable to climate change, which threatens their population, their health, their livelihood, food security, water supply, human security, cultural heritage, and economic growth.
The Jeff Islands program contributes to all 17 of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals.
We share experiences as a Caribbean sub-region and to build on our regional chemicals management framework, but also to build this at the international level to influence international policy.
Management of hazardous substances, dispose of harmful chemicals and waste in a sound manner, and establish circular production systems demonstrates the unwavering commitment of donors, the JEF, and SIDS to facilitate the much necessary intervention required to achieve chemical and waste management controls.
I will add that participation in these projects is also timely. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, there were limited resources to advance the local chemicals management agenda.
With the management of chemicals and waste is an ongoing challenge that must be prioritized if we are serious about protecting the environment and human health from these harmful substances.
This program will not only benefit Dominica or Haiti Kubuli,
but the region, and will contribute to harmonizing our actions and also harmonizing our data standardization at the regional level.
And also we lack capacity building to establish policies and legislation that we hope this project will help us implement all this.
As part of the Caribbean region, Guyana will benefit from the regional approach, particularly by sharing and transfer of knowledge in addressing the issues related to chemical and waste.
It is important for me to highlight that it's really up to us to champion the cause throughout and after the life of these projects.
For the survival of this and other generations, it is imperative that current waste management practices and import policies change locally, regionally, and I dare say globally.
The Ministry of Spatial Planning and Environment sees the outputs of this project as a stepping stone for us to keep improving the management of chemicals and waste in Suriname.
The government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago remains fully cognizant of the instrumental role of doing such work, as well as the role of centers such as the BCRC Caribbean. And this has been reflected in the government's commitment to host the operations of the center until October 2029.
Good day, everyone. I am honored to have been invited by the RSC to speak at this year's Caribbean Girls in ICT and Boys Who Support Them conference. It is a distinguished pleasure to be among such a diverse and experienced group of speakers who will share a wealth of knowledge over the next 3 days. Indeed, this conference will be effecting change through education and technology. What a profound moment for the Caribbean and its people. I am Shona Alexander Benjamin, Director of Advocacy and Lobbying at the Network of NGOs of Trinidad and Tobago for the Advancement of Women. The network fully supports the work of RSC, its partners, and this conference. I look forward to attending many sessions over the next 3 days. The network is a national umbrella organization comprised of approximately 100 affiliates, which since 1984, that's approximately 40 years. It has facilitated the process of social transformation by focusing its activities on improving the lives of women and their families. The aim is the restructuring of the existing gender and economic imbalances towards more equitable gender relations. More than ever, quality informal and formal education is needed to transform our societies. According to Audrey Hepburn, a quality education has the power to transform societies in a single generation, provide children with the protection they need from the hazards of poverty, labor exploitation, and disease, and give them the knowledge, skills, and confidence to reach their full potential, end quote. We live in an era of miscommunication, aggression, and violence, and the power to make informed decisions is linked to the ability to educate the members of our societies effectively. Through its Girl Power program, the network has educated hundreds of girls over the years and facilitated learning environments for them to empower themselves to become change leaders and disrupt unhealthy social norms. Under its Put a Woman leadership program, through key partnerships, it continues to work alongside women to strengthen their leadership capacities and be equipped with the tools and skills to serve in various community, public, and private leadership roles. The network's microloan structure supported many women living on society's margin to open businesses, some of whom are still in operation today. In its early years, the network was among those brave women-led NGOs in the Caribbean who were pioneering advocates of the Belém do Pará and CEDAW conventions, the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, and the Women, Peace and Security 1325 resolution, to name a few. As they built and enhanced the Caribbean and Latin America women's movement, the network and its partners brought these conventions and declarations to life. They continue to do so in their advocacy, program services, and cross-sectoral, regional, and international collaborations to effect sustainable change. And when they had to, they used them to hold public actors accountable for protecting and advancing the economic, political, educational, and social life of all women and girls and their families. Their pioneering advocacy led to many national and regional milestones over the years, including a 2016 milestone in the form of the publication of the Trinidad and Tobago Civil Society CEDAW shadow report, which the network submitted to the United Nations CEDAW Committee. The production of the report was a collaborative effort with the Institute for Gender and Development Studies at the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine, and numerous civil society representatives, creating a watershed moment for the country, academia, and civil society. One might ask, what does this have to do with education and technology? These conventions and the Beijing Declaration, the Women, Peace and Security Agenda, speaks to the rights of women, their right to an education, their right to feel safe and be safe in every environment, their right to explore careers of their choice, their right to use their agency and autonomy to make decisions about their lives, livelihood, families, and bodies, their right to be financially sustainable, their right to access services without the fear of discrimination, their right to internet connectivity and digital tools, and their right to live in countries free of violence, oppression, and human rights violations. An individual cannot take action on something they do not know. A young girl or woman cannot embrace their right to an education and use technology if they are unaware of their right to access, or if the absence of them curtails those rights. Communities cannot advocate for themselves if they are unaware of the processes of participatory governance and ways to promote accountable democracies. Societies cannot hold public officials to account if they do not have the information to make informed decisions. Education and technology play integral parts in shaping the lives of individuals, communities, and societies, and empowering citizens. As nations champion the call for building a better world post-COVID-19 and push for realizing the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, while raising concerns about climate change and the pervasiveness of all forms of violence and insecurity. Now more than ever, we need to encourage women and girls to get involved in advancing leadership, pursue transformative careers in STEM, and identify growing non-STEM educational fields. I say non-STEM fields with the knowledge of the interconnectedness of the world in which we live and the intersections of our lives and societies. Technology has its advantages. Simultaneously, it also presents more significant challenges, especially with the evolution of technology and advancing the AI agenda. We cannot use the same old models to address our problems. We must develop innovative ways to address and respond to pre-existing and evolving legal, social, psychological, health, economic, leadership, political, educational, and religious problems, especially technology exacerbated problems. For example, privacy breaches and their legal and social ramifications, online violence that disrupts lives, and increased academic cost connected to software upgrades to guard against AI-generated assignments. More women are needed in the legal, health, financial, social services, education, business, gender and international development, spiritual, political, and leadership fields to co-create healthy, inclusive, transformative, equitable, and just societies for all. More women are needed to be part of regional and global solutions, especially women from the Caribbean, to activate our leadership and take seats at decision-making tables within all spheres. In closing, the network of NGOs of Trinidad and Tobago for the advancement of women therefore encourages Caribbean governments to, 1, revisit and enhance their strategies to address and respond to interpersonal and family violence. Any strategy should include the re-engagement of civil society actors, as violence against women undermines their health, livelihoods, and advancement, reducing their civic, social, political, and economic participation. It retards sustainable development and costs the Caribbean billions of dollars annually, monies that can be used in other areas to drive sustainable development. Number 2, engage in public-private partnerships that would support financial investments for broadband companies to expand their services to rural areas, including establishing affordable connectivity programs for low-income families to ensure no one is left behind, and provide state subsidies for citizens to purchase technology devices at discounted rates. Number 3, the Belém do Pará and CEDAW Conventions, the Beijing Declaration, and the Women, Peace and Security Resolution to be included in the drafting process so that they bring them to life, and also for their public policies and considering budgetary allocations. Number 4, survey communities to assess the barriers to women and girls pursuing primary, secondary, and tertiary education and identify practical ways to address them. Hundreds of women and girls across the Caribbean region experience significant challenges accessing education, not because physical buildings or educational curriculums and educators are limited, but because other deep-rooted social, health, and economic factors persist, hindering their progress. Number 5, and finally, provide tax breaks to companies that offer scholarships to women and girls of all ages to pursue STEM and non-STEM educational paths. The network of NGOs of Trinidad and Tobago for the advancement of women stands ready and willing to partner, collaborate, and support communities, governments, companies, and agencies across the Caribbean to co-create an inclusive, equitable, just, safe, and secure Caribbean for all. A Caribbean where not pursuing education is an informed exercise of one's rights versus the inability to pursue education due to inadequate resources, violence, and inequity. A Caribbean where not accessing and using the internet and digital tools is an informed decision versus the lack of access due to no internet connection based on geographical location, exorbitant data costs, and a lack of digital literacy and tools. We are a strong, resilient, resourceful Caribbean people and have all it takes to reshape and recreate an economically sustainable Caribbean that is human-centered, data-driven, and one that builds resilient, sustainable communities and provides for all its citizens. And a Caribbean that fosters a culture where being safe, feeling safe and experiencing safety, peace, and security is a way of life through practice where the Ganges will truly meet the Nile. I thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Girls in ICT 2023 and boys who support them. This evening, we have our wonderful presenter, Mr. Nicholas Cumberbatch, President of Trinidad and Tobago Association for the Hearing Impaired. Mr. Nicholas Cumberbatch is a distinguished individual with a diverse background and intensive contributions to various fields. He is holding an MSc in microbiology and pursuing a PhD in medical microbiology. And he has published scientific articles and consistently demonstrated a passion for research. He is dedicated to enhancing health hearing care services and establishing inclusive education. He aims to empower parents, uplift the deaf community, and create all-inclusive preschool education for deaf and hearing students to learn sign language as a core subject. So we'd like to welcome Mr. Nicholas Cumberbatch to share his presentation with us and offer his ideas. Mr. Cumberbatch, welcome. So
okay, could you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, sorry about that. My mic was on mute. I just want to say good afternoon to everyone and all protocols observed. I am here today because my good friend Raj asked me to participate. And because of the commitment that I understand that Raj has to education, I thought I couldn't deny him that opportunity, that opportunity for me to participate in this evening. Now, one of the things, without me knowing exactly who is who in the audience, I just wanted to share some things with you. Now, growing up, I went to St. Mary's College, as it said. I was a teacher at one point in time early on in my life when I was in my early 20s. And then I went to Canada and I pursued my further education. But I've always regarded education as very important. As a matter of fact, a very good friend of mine who is a retired principal from Success Lavender Secondary School, Mr. Midabas, some of you may know her, she always reminds me of one thing: education is everybody's business. Education is everybody's business. And, you know, education is not about a job and how much money you make at it, but it's a commitment that we all make to improving the lives of people, whether it's improving the lives of those who are disabled or in some way maybe hearing impaired or blind students, whatever it is, right? Now, as was stated in the introduction, I'm currently president of the Trinidad and Tobago Association for the Hearing Impaired, and I'd like to say a few things about that. However, before we get into that, I want to share something with you. And the reason why I want to share it with you is because it kind of reflects how we could affect people's lives in every area, whether it's ICT, culture, sports, whatever it is, that we as adults and as people who are powerful, we could impact and change the lives of a number of people by how we do things and our commitment to getting it right. So I just want to share, it's a short 2 minutes, just a little over 2 minute video I want to share with you, please. And it relates to an experience I had with Success Laventille Secondary School and assisting them in coordinating a project to go to Cuba.
Mr. Kamabach, nothing is showing us yet, eh?
Pardon, sorry? Are you not seeing it?
No.
Oh, sure, sorry. Okay, I have to start over. I thought you were seeing it.
No, not as yet.
What am I doing wrong? If not, we'll have to scrap the idea. Okay, hold on 1 quick second.
Sure.
Okay, could you see it?
So far, I'm not seeing anything, sir.
Are you hearing?
I'm not seeing anything as yet, sir.
Okay, I think we'll have to scrap that. Okay, what I was trying to do, and it's unfortunate, but that's how life is sometimes. What I was trying to do is to share with you an experience that I had in Cuba, at least dealing with Success Laventille Secondary School. Here it is that as a result of my association with the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force and the Ministry of Education seeing a need to encourage students to become cadets, we visited certain schools, and one of them was Success Laventille Secondary School. They wanted their students to go to Cuba. So together we worked an arrangement out, and we got 40 plus people to Cuba who enjoyed an excellent time, and it was an excellent experience, right? It wasn't about teaching them math or English or whatever, but it was a learning experience. And they came back out of it so much more empowered educationally and culturally. So that is what I really wanted to share with you. But however, I will get back to something that I also am involved seriously with. And Raj has assisted us a couple of times with it. I am president of the Trinidad and Tobago Association for the Hearing Impaired. And to be quite honest, it's much more work than I had anticipated. But that is life sometimes, you know? We get into something and we see a need and we just have to keep at it until we get it right. Now, one of the things that I have really realized with the organization is we have, first of all, we have 2 schools. We own 2 schools, Cascade School for the Deaf, as well as Audrey Jeffers School for the Deaf. Now, the Ministry of Education controls the curriculum. However, over the years, something has occurred to me and to a number of people. We've had a problem with the deaf adults not having had an opportunity early in life to be properly educated. And most of them end up with menial jobs because some of them, first time they go to school would be at 8 years old. We have deaf students graduating from primary school at 14 and 15. So therefore they start off secondary school late in life. So one of the things that, and here it is, maybe somebody out there who have IT skills could also help with this too. One of the things that we are trying to do, and I must say it may be a revolutionary approach to education, because so far, our experience has been, well, people just ignored, you know, a child is born deaf, and the parents try to deal with the child as best as they could, if they could afford some private school or whatever. But because they may not know sign language, the parents, and do not have sign language capability at home, or know anybody with sign language, that child suffers from birth. And that is so sad. You know, I find that really sad. And it shows that we as a society, we have a responsibility, which is very serious, to do something about it. And we, that is Tahi, we are on the path of maybe what some people may think of revolutionizing education. Because we think that education should start from birth, really. And just as a 1 or 2 year old child is allowed or could go to a preschool, an early childhood school, early childhood education school, consider this. There's no provision made for a deaf child. So what happens to that deaf child? Stays at home. Stays at home. If the parent is knowledgeable enough, the parent may try to do something. But then think about it. The parent doesn't know the same language as the child. The parent doesn't know how to talk, how to communicate properly with the child. So we have some issues in our society. We have issues of helping parents deal with this, because I want to tell you something. I was in a meeting recently where we were talking about preschool education, and a parent who works as a social worker at Tahi shared something, as a matter of fact, shared something with us, that there was a mother who gave birth to a deaf child. And because the child was born deaf, the father couldn't handle it. So the father left them. So the mother had to bring up this child all on her own. So you see where it all starts? Starts at the home, right? So therefore we have to do something. We have to try to first help parents to understand how to educate their children who are born deaf. One may say, well, maybe the parents could go and learn sign language. That is true. How many opportunities are there for parents to learn sign language? Think about it. Then the other thing is, how many opportunities are, let us say, if that 3-year-old child, son or daughter, if the parent says, okay, I want my child to start preschool, okay? So you walk into a preschool, teachers don't know sign language. Everybody is at a loss. What do we do with this child? Our thing is, let us start by recognizing sign language as any other subject, as English, French, Spanish, arithmetic, algebra, whatever. And let us teach that from early childhood so that all students, whether they be deaf or hearing, will grow up learning sign language. You know, just as a matter of fact, I have 2 daughters in Canada. They
So
grew
not
up,
to cut you across, sir. You have
Yeah.
2 more minutes for your
Okay,
presentation.
I'll wrap up.
Answer.
Right. I have 2 daughters in Canada who grew up in a bilingual environment where they learned French growing up. So what I'm saying is we could teach sign language in schools from preschool age, but we need to start to educate. We need to start to create teachers who could teach sign language. And that is a task that we have recognized that we have to deal with. And I just want to say, with respect to IT and all of this, yesterday I was posed with a problem that there is a software or something out there called CVAS, where if a deaf person wants to go to a doctor and doesn't have an interpreter, that deaf person could use a video call and have an interpreter, facilitate that. What I'm saying is, maybe because somebody pointed that out to me, why don't we develop our own software here in Trinidad to do that? So I'm throwing this out. Help us. We need help. Maybe you can help us with this one project in how we could develop that IT project so that we could facilitate deaf people functioning in society by the video calls with the use of interpreters. And I thank you very much, because if that is all we can do as a result of this, I would say my time here was well spent. And thank you very much, Raj, for allowing me this opportunity. And on behalf of Tahir, I would like to thank you very much for your commitment to education and to IT and ensuring that the deaf and the hard of hearing and the disabled are not left out, that we included. So we look forward to more sessions with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kambach, and for your enlightening presentation.
Good evening, everyone. We've had an exciting day. We've had presentations from ministers, from business people, from the ordinary man in the street. We've had representatives from CARICOM. We've had representatives from the titans of industry, and all with the view of showing you the bright future that exists in this whole environment of ICT. I have for you one more presentation. The Minister of Science, Energy, Education, and Technology of Jamaica Honorable Mr. Vass, MP. And what we're going to do now is that we're going to share his video presentation as he tells us a little bit about what Jamaica is doing in the whole area of education and ICT.
Ladies and gentlemen, good day. It gives me great pleasure to participate in this event, one which I consider to be very relevant and vital to us all. We can all agree, I'm sure, that technology is pivotal to our lives as we become more dependent on the internet and digital communications. Given this, we must keep abreast of the numerous skill set demands from the various arenas in which we function. The use of digital skills will increase in the future for all types of jobs because of the changes in the way we produce goods and services. It is no secret that the pace of technological changes in the 21st century continue to increase greatly, particularly in the digital sphere. There's an ever-growing list of powerful tools at our disposal that promote learning, communicating, and working more effectively. For young people in particular, digital platforms are the primary means through which they connect with one another and seek information related to their career. Every girl has a right to be connected and to play her part in shaping a more equal and tech-driven future as we work towards building out the ideal ICT ecosystem to promote social and economic growth while collectively building a more equal and diverse digital society. Most, if not all of us, I'm sure, cannot recall a time without Google or smartphones. As we aspire towards greater gender equality, digital technologies can no doubt accelerate our progress. They open new doors for women and girls to empower themselves personally, professionally, and economically. Indeed, women themselves are active in developing digital technologies and have played key roles in advancing humanity's frontiers and scientific understandings. Take Katie Bowman, for instance, who was instrumental in developing the code that successfully processed the first ever image of a black hole, and Ada Lovelace, who is credited with creating the world's first computer algorithm. They are but only two among many examples of women innovators in the ICT sphere. It is imperative that we recognize and support their efforts. It is also critical that we empower more women to tap into the potential of digital technologies. As we recover from COVID-19, we can no longer afford to leave behind or neglect to harness the talents of our women. The International Telecommunications Union gender disaggregated data shows that girls are falling behind boys in STEM education. This is not because of any innate discrepancy in the aptitude, but because of exclusion caused by issues of affordability, gender bias, socio-cultural norms, and a lack of education. These need to be addressed if we are to finally close the digital gender divide. While increased accessibility to the internet for women and girls is vital, our efforts cannot cease there. We must promote the education of women in the ICT by facilitating scholarships and training opportunities, by dismantling gender stereotypes that discourage women from entering these fields, and by taking action to stop online harassment and discrimination. By taking these actions, we can empower a new generation of women who will thrive in the digital sphere as innovators, entrepreneurs, and seekers of knowledge, and who will build on the contributions of their forebears to take humanity towards a brighter, more hopeful, more gender-equal destiny. There is clearly much work to be done, and as a technology minister, I have a responsibility to lead the charge. On a global scale, of the estimated 2.7 billion people currently unconnected, the majority are women and girls. It is quite evident that the digital gender gap continues to expand in many developing countries, creating a specific need to support digital gender equality. In 2022, 62% of men were using the internet compared to 57% of women. Although this may seem marginal by way of percentage, the difference in terms of absolute represents over 200 million women. In this era of digital technology, if girls lack access to affordable internet and to a device such as a computer or tablet, it means they risk being left behind. For every girl, The goal, therefore, must be meaningful connectivity, broadband that is reliable, fast, and regularly available, along with access to digital technologies and universal digital literacy. We as a government aim to encourage and promote investments towards feminist technology and innovation to better respond to women and girls' most pressing needs and ensure that we will reinforce the gender stereotypes that could potentially prevent many girls from pursuing studies in ICT fields. We know that the jobs of the future will certainly be driven by technology and innovation, and women must therefore be at the forefront of this transformation. In the United States alone, computer science research jobs are predicted to grow 19% by 2026, yet women in that sector earn just 18% of computer science bachelor degrees. Globally, only 28.4% of people engaged in STEM careers are women. We must address such gaps with the goal of ensuring that the number of women and girls working in technology and innovation increases exponentially. We must also work to eliminate the cyber violence that targets younger women. The government of Jamaica will continue its work to boost corporate accountability for policies and solutions to end online and tech-related violence and discrimination, so that technology remains a perpetual force for all times. In this age, connectivity to the internet is a necessity for progress in the fourth industrial revolution. With digital skills becoming essential for all, we need a cadre of women and girls who will be equipped with the necessary skills and competencies to compete in this age. Finally, we recognize that the digital power must be in the hands of girls. We have a unique window and momentum now to secure bold commitments that will ensure girls are connected and empowered to create the brighter future the world needs. I applaud CARICOM on the work done so far and will continue to render full support on behalf of the Jamaican government as we continue to collaborate for the good of the region. I thank you.
Well, Minister Vass thanking CARICOM is a very good place to end, as I have with me Jennifer Britton, who is part of the CARICOM Secretariat. And I'm going to invite her to join me as we recap what has gone on for the day and wrap up. Ms. Britton?
Thank you so much, Mr. Jackman. It's good to see you again. I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of the CARICOM Girls and ICT Partnership, of which I serve as focal point, to say thank you firstly to RSC International for pursuing us and seeing us as a valuable, viable partner for this extraordinary event that I think we had today. I think that the first line estimate was for 40 sessions. I think we surpassed 70 sessions in this day, and each and every one of them that I managed to step into has been informational, informative, and certainly gave everybody food for thought. I think we touched a lot of things and started in the course of the day, we talked a lot about breaking the glass ceiling and making sure that we also went through the roof, because once you see the ceiling, you still have to deal with the roof, and to use every opportunity to be able to break that and move through the roof. The need to address soft skills was certainly put on the table very frontally. The need for hands-on experiences for girls and boys in the region. The fact that we need to look and embrace Society 5.0, things to do with digital citizenship. We looked at gender dimensions on the internet. There was a lot of talk about artificial intelligence and forcing us into that sphere of our life as the modern day, the 21st century disruptor for all our lives, and asking about how we would really pull vulnerable persons and vulnerable women into the space. We also looked at using your skills to make money on the internet and to constantly ask ourselves, what skills can I turn into an online business and use them to really leverage the power of the internet? We looked again at the things like the responsible deployment and new jobs that were deployment of technology, and the new jobs which were besetting us. Some of them we do not know yet. And also we looked at things which would work on making technology accessible for girls in STEM and for dealing with issues which interest girls and using STEM as an enabler for dealing with some of that problem solving. So it was a very, very full day, and we started deliberately at this end of the Caribbean in Guyana and Suriname with those speakers, and it was very fitting that we end at the other end of the Caribbean with the minister from Jamaica speaking. So there are many people to thank. I would just do a basket thank you now and certainly reach out in the next week. We thank all the speakers, all the persons who supported, all the persons who made donations, all the people who managed the satellite centers, the IT specialists, the team at RSC, which has been working day and night, it seemed, for the last month, particularly with me, to deal with all the issues and all the many questions that I had. We thank the Secretary General of CARICOM for opening our session for us, and we thank all the participants, parents, students, ministers, diplomats, ambassadors, foreign policy, policy advisors, research personnel, academics who joined us in this session or supported in one way or the other. We thank you. Your presence and your contribution has helped to make it a success. But as we enjoy the success of today, we know that the work continues tomorrow and the field is ripe for each and every one of us to do something impactful and meaningful for our young women and men in CARICOM to make sure that they are certainly pursuing ICT as an active either enabler to their careers or as a full career. And as the minister talked about historical pioneers, we were blessed today to be in the present of present day pioneers. And so I hope that we will continue to reach out to them and that we can continue to tap them for their expertise as we continue on this critical, important, and urgent initiative for the CARICOM region as we work to build out the CARICOM digital economy. Thank you, Mr. Jackman.
Thank you, Ms. Britton. On behalf of CAPS, which is the Caribbean Association of Principals of Secondary Schools, who is a partner with RSC and CARICOM, we want to thank CARICOM for coming on board with the girls in ICT and the boys who support them this year. This regional initiative is such a needed idea at this time. I have one of the unique situations where my information technology coordinator in my school is a female. My lecturers, my tutors, my teachers in the area, the head of department is a female and the person immediately under is a female. So the males are a little outshone. But what has happened is that it means that girls have a focal point. Their teacher is somebody that they can be like. They're not being taught by somebody of a different gender and they don't get things mansplained to them, that we use that term, right? So that is encouraging. The funny thing is the boys are just as interested and they are more interested now in the hardware side of things. So they are helping her rewire labs and they are having fun. And maybe that's some of the things that we as principals have to encourage in schools so people see all the sides of ICT. That there's the hardware side, there's the technical side, there's the software side, and of course there's the side that the children like, that we need to encourage them not only to consume, but to start thinking about being producers, and that is the gaming side. To encourage them to start writing software and start writing games. So it has been a wonderful day, a wonderful experience. We thank CARICOM for helping us push the message across the region. As you said, we started with presenters in the south and we worked our way all the way up to the north of the island. We've had ministers, we've had professionals, we've had pioneers, we've had entrepreneurs. So we want to thank all of them. Of course, we can't go without thanking Raj and RSC for constantly putting this together. It's a lot of hard work, but he gets it put together every year. So we thank him once again. Ladies and gentlemen, and we thank you, the audience, we thank the young people, we thank the schools that joined in, we thank everyone that made this the successful day.